big question always. I've had multiple people ask me today, Matt, what match are you looking to forward to most? And there's two matches that really stick out to me. I think they're going to be really fun. We've got the battle. This match was supposed to take place last week, but Mike Ritchie was a late scratch. We got Mike Ritchie versus Matt Anderson, and we have Jonathan Roberts versus Kevin Primo. I think those are the two matches to really watch out for tonight. Another match is Moises versus Caleb McAllister. I'm really looking forward to that match.
That's some pretty
as well.
fire matches, sounds like. And womp, 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 super chat from Brandon Gamble. Already getting the super chat going.
Yeah, he's the first in.
Nice.
Hey, Brandon, you should really try to make it your goal to be the first in and the last out. But let's go ahead and look at the Bubble Watch. Because
and this Bubble Watch is brought to you by Dr. Michael Cantrell. So we really appreciate him sponsoring this segment.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Cantrell. And so let's go ahead and talk about the Western Conference. So Western Conference, we've got Caleb McAllister. Well, first, before we talk about this, we got to talk about the matches that happened last night.
Yes.
Because a couple important matches happened. We've got Lewis Collins versus Moises Carrasco.
Mm-hmm.
That match was actually the second match of the night last night. And, man, Moises came out after his match with Kevin. Moises came out and hit a really nice outside heel hook from the Reap. If you guys didn't see that match, it should be on YouTube. So type in that match to get caught up. And then the match that was one of the best matches of the season so far was Moises versus Kevin. Really back and forth. Moises controlled the first 3 minutes. Kevin controlled the last 3 minutes. So really, really good match. Both guys tried Peruvian neckties. So very rare that both guys in the same match try a Peruvian necktie.
Yeah.
Neither guy really came that close to a Peruvian, but
it ended in a draw.
Ended in a draw. So having said that, now let's go back to the Western Conference. So we got Caleb McAllister at the top, still undefeated, 72 points for, 0 points against. And Caleb has 3 matches tonight with 3 wins, especially if 2 of them are chokes, at least 2. But if he gets all 3 by chokes, he will have secured his place as the number 1 seed in the Western Conference. And I think that's going to happen. I think Caleb is going to take that number 1 spot at the end of the night tonight.
Yes. So Elijah only has 1 match tonight, right?
Yes, Elijah has 1 match. He has 4 remaining.
Okay.
Maybe it's 5. It's 4 or 5 matches. I can't remember. He's got
so
1 against
far out.
Moises.
Okay.
Well, not really. I mean, he's on this side, so we'll talk about that in a second.
Sorry.
So, again, we got Caleb McAllister looking for that top number 1 spot, but very interesting. We had 3 guys fighting for that 8th place. We've got Matt Anderson at 39 points. We've got Clay Malone at 35 points. And Dallas Sharp at 33 points. So all 3 of those guys still have a really good chance to be that 8th seed. And, man, Matt Anderson's got a couple of tough matches tonight. He started off on fire. I mean, I don't think he scored the past couple of weeks. So he's really had a tough past couple of weeks. I mean, I think halfway, or probably 4 weeks into the season, Matt Anderson was number 1 in the Western Conference. And now he's getting really close to being looking on the outside looking in.
Right. So he has Mike Ritchie tonight, like you were saying.
It's going to be a really tough match.
That's going to be an amazing match. Stephen Mitchell. Is that it?
He had one more match, I believe, but I think it was Josh D'Addario. Yeah, he had Josh D'Addario. Josh is not going to be here tonight.
Yeah, let's talk about, let me just give you the scratches real quick. So Robert Gladden had an injury and is not going to be able to make it tonight. And Josh D'Addario is not going to be here. Matt Elkins and Matt Harrison. So all those matches are not happening
4 scratches.
tonight.
We should have a pretty quick night in the PGF. I think we've got, with all the scratches, I think we're going to have probably the least amount of matches we've ever had. We're still going to have 20-plus, though. So
right, because Brandon put some makeup games in there, too. So
you guys are still going to get a full PGF night, but I don't think the stream will be 3.5 hours. I think we're looking probably closer to 2 or probably 2.5 hour stream. Yeah. But moving on to the Eastern Conference, we got Elijah Carlton. He's got 4 games left, and he's in right now at 88 points, 4 with 0 against. Matt Elkins is really the only guy that can make a claim to take Elijah's spot. I mean, he's 4 points behind. Now, he does have one less game, so he's got one less game to play. So he really needs this Moises-Elijah match to end in a draw for him to have any chance. And obviously, Matt's not here tonight, so he will have his makeup games next week. But, yeah, I just don't see – I think Elijah's going to walk home with that $1,000.
Yeah. Well, and there'll be a little bit of a more of a difference after tonight because Elijah has one match. Matt has none because he's not here. But, you know, I think it's –
Well, but they'll both still have 4 matches the rest of the way. So if Elijah, especially if he wins by choke, even if he just wins by joint lock, he'll be 7 points up with them having the same amount of games left. So he would really have to kind of drop the ball to lose that $1,000.
Yeah.
And then talking about the bubble watch, also very interesting on this side. So we got Mario Gayor in at 30 points. Josh Tadario's at 24. He's scratched tonight. We got Steven Mitchell in at 21. He's really starting to make a comeback. And it's really come down to those 3 guys. I think Mario definitely has the advantage. He's 6 points up on Josh. But Steven's really been looking strong, and Josh has been, to me, one of the surprises.
Yeah.
Josh has had some really good matches and some of my favorite subs of the season. So I'll be interested to see how this plays out. But my predictions, Western Conference, Caleb McAllister, he's going to be the number 1 seed. The guy that takes the 8th spot, I'm going to go on a limb and say I think Matt Anderson finds a way to get it done.
Yeah?
I think he sticks in at that number 8 spot.
Let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So we're looking at like these.
So yeah,
3.
we're looking at Blake Randall, Dallas Sharp, Clay Malone, and Matt Anderson because they're all so close. So I think Matt Anderson's going to make it, and probably Dallas Sharp. I like Dallas. I just think he's got the best chokes.
Do you think? So you think Blake Randall's out then, huh?
Yeah, Blake's had a tough couple of weeks.
He has. He's had some really tough opponents.
And Dallas, I think, has the best choke of those guys. Like, he's got the best chance to get 7 points. And that really, really plays a huge factor.
Yeah.
Who do you like?
How far behind is Blake? Man, I need to go in and check on who they've got left. But, like, right now, I think, I don't know. I'm gonna go with Blake Randall.
Okay, I think that's a good call. I think that side's definitely closer.
Yeah.
I mean, I think Mario is definitely the clear favorite to win the 8th seed in the Eastern, and in the Western, I think it really is a toss-up because I mean, you told me at the end of the season Clay Malone edged out Dallas and Blake. I would I believe it. Clay's looked good.
Yeah,
Clay's had some really, really good performances as well. But we'll see.
All right. Okay, guys, before the Fantasy League closes, go in and do your picks for the Fantasy League. The link to pick your picks should be in the description underneath the YouTube video. So, again, your scratches are going to be Robert Gladden, Josh Tadario, Matt Elkins, and Matt Harrison. Those guys are not here tonight, so don't pick them for your fantasy
Yeah,
team.
definitely don't do that. And we have a new, I believe, Jeff McWhorter, right? He's number 1 in the fantasy. Him.
I don't know. I was kind of salty about it, so I wasn't paying too much attention to who was above me. So,
So what you're saying is that since you're not in the top contention right now,
no,
you're sleeping a little bit on the fantasy.
Yeah, I was
But
number 5.
I'm making a come up. I'm making a comeback, I should say.
Yeah.
So I'm interested to see where I stand. I think tonight there's going to be a lot of different picks. Tonight was probably the hardest fantasy picks because it was really tough to make guys work with the money. I mean, I had a really tough time. Yeah, I wanted Caleb McAllister on my team, but I just couldn't fit him in.
Yeah, with the other people that you wanted.
Yeah, with the other people, exactly.
Yeah.
But, I mean, it makes sense. I mean, if you just pick the 4 best guys every time, then it wouldn't be any fun because everybody would just pick the 4 best guys. But it's really cool. I think the fantasy has turned out to be one of the best aspects of the league.
Yeah. So, your prediction for draws, how many draws?
Ooh. It's funny. I didn't look at the schedule as hard as I have in other weeks, so I haven't really broken it down. but I think that we're looking at probably 5 draws.
I was going to say 5.
Yeah, I don't think there's as clear. There's not as many matches of, like, again, Elijah versus a blue belt.
Right.
Or Caleb versus a blue belt. There's some
Yeah.
there's some really good matches, especially blue and purple belts. I think there's going to be a lot of really good. I think there's a couple of blue and purple belts that are going to become they're going to be the stars of tonight. I mean, Nilo's going into tonight. Nilo's got 4 matches. He definitely looks to be the clear-cut favorite, the betting favorite to be star of the week.
Yeah.
Player of the week. Nilo's, I think he's looking at 28 points tonight. He's got an easy schedule, and Nilo's coming off of that disappointing. He had 1 match last week, and that was that disappointing loss to Jonathan Roberts. He was not happy about it. Jonathan hit one of the best subs of the week.
Right.
So I think he's going to come out hard.
My next question was, is there anybody that's going to pull like a Noah Randolph like he did a couple of weeks ago?
Yeah, no.
So that's going to be Nilo?
I think Nilo's going to get 28 points. There's a couple of other guys that have. I mean, Moises has a chance. He had 6 matches coming in, so I'm pretty sure probably a lot of people probably picked him. But he only got 3 points in his first 2, and then he's got Elijah and Caleb in 2 of the remaining 4. So I'm not liking Moises as much. I didn't pick Moises on my fantasy team. I think he's going to have a tough night tonight. He's got definitely 1 match that I'm like, okay, he's going to win. He's going to get a choke. But he's got 3 matches that he might not get any more points out of. So we'll see.
Yeah, that's tough. All right, yeah, Egghead Warrior and Kai Johnson are talking about who's going to be number 1 on the fantasy league.
On the fantasy?
By the end of the night.
I know Egghead's up there. But I know Jeff McWhorter, man, he came out of nowhere.
I know.
Picked
He
the
picked
perfect
Noah.
squad. Yeah.
He picked Noah and Kevin, right?
Yeah.
He must have had some inside information.
These are updated. This is updated, ready to go
As of yesterday.
But
when
let's
I
go ahead and talk about
finished typing it.
what we're looking at coming up. We've got our first match of the night, Blake Randall versus Mike Ritchie. Second match, Caleb McAllister versus Dallas Sharp. Man, Blake Randall versus Mike Ritchie is one of those matches that I think you like to see, especially as a spectator and as a fan, and especially somebody that doesn't know anything about jiu-jitsu.
Yeah.
The match that I always point guys to, like if you've never trained Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu or you're one of my family members and you're asking me about it and you want to see an example, it's Gary Tonin versus Paul Harris. It's just, it really shows the power of Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. You see this guy, Gary Tonin, this average-looking guy. I mean, he looks like an athlete, but Paul Harris looks like a freak. Like,
Right.
he looks like the Hulk. And Gary's performance that night was, in my opinion, it's the best match of all time. Best match, most exciting match, just beautiful display from both guys. Paul Harris looked great, too. Well, I think Blake Randall versus Mike Ritchie's obviously not as technically or not as skilled. Those guys aren't as skilled, but I think we're looking at it on a smaller, scale. I think we got this small guy who's a teenager going against Mike Ritchie, who's built like he's made out of titanium. And I'm really, really fascinated by that match. We've had some awesome matches to start off the night. I mean, last week we had Jonathan Roberts, or I shouldn't say last week because we were on a bye, but 2 weeks ago we had Jonathan Roberts versus Nilo. That was first match of the night. Well,
But
tonight,
it's always fun to watch those like matches that are in like the absolute division,
Yes,
and you
definitely.
just had those physical mismatches.
and I love Mike Ritchie's style. Mike Ritchie is one of my favorite guys to watch compete because I know how inexperienced he actually is. Like, if you were looking on the outside, you might not think he was, you would think he had more training than he actually does. He competes very calmly. He's real. I mean, he's a natural athlete. Some guys, they look like Mike, and they actually don't move that well. Like some of these guys that are really muscular, they don't have the best coordination. Mike learns very fast. Again, I love the demeanor he competes with.
Yeah.
And I don't know. I think that match is going to end in a sub.
Mike is a game time player.
He's
though.
a game time
He'll
player.
He'll bring out some stuff
he's
that you've never seen in practice.
He's better in competition than he is in the gym.
For sure. So, yeah, this is going to be super interesting to watch.
And then our next match, we got Caleb McAllister versus Dallas Sharp. And, man, this is Caleb McAllister's show.
Yeah.
I think we're going to see Caleb have a dominant performance tonight. What worries me about Caleb, I don't think there's any way now that he doesn't end as the number 1 seed. So his job's done. He knows he can't win the $1,000, but he knows he's guaranteed to win money in the regular season.
Yeah.
He's got his eyes, on my opinion, subbing everybody the rest of the way, whether it's a joint lock or choke. I don't think he really cares.
He won't
I
care.
think he's getting ready for that tournament. He's going to try and win, or he expects to win. Not going to try. He expects to win that 16-man tournament. So I think he's going to make really quick work of Dallas.
Yeah. I mean, Dallas, blue belt. Seen some amazing things from Dallas.
Oh, of course.
But
of course.
Caleb, black belt competitor. That's pretty difficult.
Yeah, very high-level competitor. Caleb and Elijah were definitely our 2 most credentialed guys coming in. Both guys have done really well on the regional and even national scene. They're not household names yet, but both guys have competed against household names. And I definitely think it's Caleb's going to be Caleb's night tonight. I think he comes out and gets 3 quick subs. Don't think he cares if they're chokes or joint locks. I wouldn't be shocked to see him try and just heel hook Dallas really quickly like he did Josh Daddario.
Yeah, and just save his energy, strength.
Yeah.
Help not get an injury.
Well,
kind of thing.
Well, and he's got a tough match. I mean, his last match against Moises, we're really going to find out how good Moises is. I know a lot of guys. Egghead provides a beautiful look at the upcoming week. Every week he writes out a really detailed description of the upcoming games. And, he said, he was like, man, we don't know a lot about Moises. And I agree. We still haven't seen Moises go with any of the top dogs. And tonight that changes. He's got the 2 top dogs.
We'll see.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to find out. I mean, he's going against Elijah and Caleb tonight. We're going to find out how good he is. We're going to find out how good Moises is.
All right, tell us how we score points in the PGF.
So we score points in the PGF only 2 ways. If you get a choke, which we call a kill, is 7 points. If you get a joint lock, which we call a break, you get 3 points.
And
draw, 0, loss, 0. So draw, both guys get 0. So we're really, in the beginning of the season, you really saw guys go for broke. We're starting to see now guys play a little bit more calculated as they're starting to see, because you got to play the points, in the standings, because there's money involved in this as well as potential playoff seeding. And so you are starting to see guys play a little bit more defensive, like they feel like they're being overwhelmed. We've seen that in a few matches where the first 2 weeks, this thing was just crazy. Yeah. Guys were just going
nuts on each other.
Balls to the wall and they were just going for the sub. And look, we still, I believe it was 3 weeks ago, we only had 3 draws, or was it 2 draws? 2 or 3 draws in a night.
Yeah.
So, look, most matches are still ending in a draw, but we are seeing guys play a little bit more defensively as the season has worn on.
But you're seeing a little bit of strategy, though. I mean, so, nothing's happening 3 minutes in with the choke. You'll see people switch off.
Yeah, and we have seen that. We've seen a few guys get burned because they've taken the back position and they've tried to get the rear naked choke for a few minutes and they can't get it.
They waited too long.
Yeah, they waited too long. Then they're trying to switch last second and they end up with the draw. And it sucks. I know. Talking to these guys, there's nothing more disappointing than when, look, they're dominating a match. They've got the back and they end up with 0 points. Really frustrating.
Yeah, we did it. Yeah, we did it. All right, so Lonnie says, my wife said can super chat if Matt will explain the shirt he's wearing.
Okay. So this is a Nuwaza shirt. So Travis, I believe it was Travis Nuwaza, created the Nuwaza brand.
And Casey Halstead.
And Casey Halstead. There we go. Yeah, so Casey Halstead, Travis Nuwaza. This is a Nuwaza shirt. I believe Nuwaza's not around anymore, is it?
I don't know.
But they used to make really cool shirts. And so I was at one of the first EBIs, and they were selling shirts. I believe I was at EBI 3. And they were selling a bunch of jiu-jitsu T-shirts in the lobby. And they used to do the EBIs. It was the coolest place because they would do them where they did American Idol at a forum in downtown Los Angeles in this theater. And so the setup it's the coolest setup I've ever seen, especially for jiu-jitsu.
Yeah.
And so I bought this shirt. But anyways, yeah, it just says choke, and you can see the 79. I'm not sure what 79 represents. Maybe it's like Nuwaza's birthday, or I don't know.
Yeah. Maybe that's Travis's birthday.
Yeah, maybe it's Travis's birthday. I don't know. But anyway, it's just a jiu-jitsu shirt, and you see a bunch of different things on it. No gi, no problem.
Yeah.
I'm trying to get that money. That's why I'm explaining this in detail. Stay grounded. There's some Japanese down here at the bottom. So.
Yeah, Brian Ashland, there's no telling what kind of face I made. I don't even know what my expressions are most of the time. It just happens. It's just completely natural.
Yeah, dude. You know if Lindsay doesn't like you. It is very obvious. She probably is making that face at me.
I do that when you're looking, though, definitely.
But
that one's on purpose.
Getting ready to start. We got Blake Randall versus Mike Ritchie as the first match. We got Caleb McAllister and Dallas Sharp following it. And our third match of the night, actually our third and fourth match, Kevin versus Jeremy Geiger is going to be a lot of fun, as well as Lewis Collins versus Joe Kai.
Yeah.
I mean, Joe Kai, he's got 3 blue belts tonight, but they're 3 tough blue belts. Joe's on the smaller side, but I picked Joe for my fantasy team. I know a lot of guys are sleeping on Joe because Lewis has been notoriously, it's been tough to tap.
Yeah.
I mean, we saw
amazing.
Elijah have a little bit more trouble than, I thought Elijah was going to run through Lewis.
I thought he was
And
too.
Lewis did a really good job with Elijah, and Elijah just had to settle for the joint lock. So I'll be really excited to see how Joe, what game plan he comes in against Lewis.
Yeah.
Because these guys, they've rolled quite a few times together, both part of the North Alabama, 10th Planet Alabama, I should say, family. So they definitely have rolled before together, and Joe knows how hard it is to choke Lewis. So we'll see.
Womp, 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 super chat from Lonnie Jones. And while we're talking about Lonnie Jones, you guys, make sure and grab a copy of this book, Grappling with Life, Controlling Your Inside Space, from Lonnie Jones. So Lonnie is, I'm not sure, Lonnie, are you, I know you're like a licensed counselor. I don't know if you are a psychologist or psychiatrist. I can't remember. But he does counseling for a living. He does a lot of other things for a living too. But he uses this book to explain how you need to protect your head and your heart from outside bad influences. The same way in jiu-jitsu. So he's using the metaphor of jiu-jitsu. In jiu-jitsu, you keep your head and your heart, your chest protected. So it's amazing. He uses some amazing examples to break things down and very simplistic where you can understand. It's not, and even I don't have to go back and reread what I read. So, so it's really good. You guys check that out. It's on Amazon, I believe, for about $7. So pick that up.
Yeah, Callie, the matches are getting ready to start. So you're not going to be forced to just listen to me and Lindsay. And, I mean, you can, I guess, keep it on our faces, but
yeah.
I recommend you watch this first match. It is coming up. We're getting ready to start. T-minus 2 minutes before the first match. And I'm going to go ahead and say that I think Mike Ritchie finds a way to tap Blake Randall.
Okay. He's just going to use brute force.
I do. I think so, man.
What's it going to be?
It's going to be a form of guillotine. It's going to be an arm-in guillotine. Arm-in guillotine. You heard it here from the prophet.
I'm going naked guillotine.
Oh, you think he taps Blake
Yep.
too? Okay. Ooh, man. Blake Randall, though, coming out without his headgear. This is the first time all season we've seen him without headgear. Got his coach, Elijah Carlton, stepping on the mat. All right, there we go. Sorry, guys, had something caught in my throat. But man, we see Blake shoot in, and that's what I thought. We thought we'd see Mike gonna have multiple looks at this front headlock position. This is definitely Mike's best submission. We saw him already. He's already finished 2 guillotines, both from the top of half guard. But, man, again, we just see the strength difference. I mean, Mike was just really kind of manhandling Blake on his feet. Now, it wasn't the most technical wrestling, but it was definitely effective, and it got Blake to shoot. Blake shot in, and Mike's in a deep he's in a deep front headlock situation. And Mike, it looks like he's trying to get in an anaconda here. He takes out that arm and now going for the naked.
420.
Really beautiful job by Mike right there. I love how guys float the butterfly hooks. We see Mike step away, though, come back in calmly, and surprisingly, Blake doesn't stand back up, and I think he felt, again, the strength difference and decides, hey, I want to pull guard. I don't want to be on my feet with this big monster.
4 minutes.
Because Mike is seriously one of the strongest guys I've ever grappled. Pound for pound, he is easily in the top 5. He is so strong. Mike's in there looking to pass with an over-under variation. I like how he's trying to stuff that knee. I would like to see him get a left knee pinch. There we go. We see the left knee pinch now. Blake doing a good job keeping that knee shield frame up. Looks like Mike's about to try and grab a toe hold possibly. I definitely wouldn't want Mike wrenching on my foot like that. Blake does a good job, though, and he just did a little fake right there. Blake acted like he was going to invert and try and go for Mike's leg. It forced Mike off of the toe hold, and now they're back in the open guard.
$310.
So Mike gives up the leg right there and uses it to get to half guard. He's got the arm underneath, but he's coming out, and this is where Mike's tough. Mike is super tough on top of half guard. I really like that play right there. I tell guys all the time, I show my legs a lot because it gets guys to go for leg locks, and when you show them, just again, you saw how Mike just stepped his leg in. He knew Blake was going to go for the leg lock and used that to get past Blake's frames, his defensive frames. Great job by Mike. And I love how calm Mike is. There's 2:30. If I'm his coach, I would be telling him to pick up the pace a little bit, but man, this is Mike's game.
220. I don't think Mike wrestled in college.
Yeah, Mike did not wrestle in college. Mike was in the military. Really nice crossface. Look at those lines that Mike's making right there.
Ooh.
And that arm triangle is getting a little bit deeper. I would like to see Mike use this to pass, but he's staying in half guard. And as I said, this is where Mike's gotten all of his submissions this season. Has been just staying on top in half guard, wearing his opponents down, and either picking off a neck or an arm triangle.
137.
Man, look at that crossface.
Yeah, that looks heavy.
And Mike's had a really good match so far. He's really controlled it from start to where we are now. And so this is one thing Mike doesn't do, though. He doesn't pass necessarily the half guard. He doesn't free his knee. You see his knee's been trapped the entire time. Now he's looking for this arm triangle, and Mike does all of his finishes from inside the half guard. Oh, he might get this. That was a really good job by Mike to base, and I think that was also a size difference.
50 seconds.
Blake did a great bridge right there, but I think just the size really stopped Blake's momentum and allowed Mike to almost pass. But you see Mike still got his foot caught. He loses the arm triangle. He's still trying to work. And I think we're going to see our first draw of the night.
30 seconds.
Mike just doesn't move fast enough to get a finish in 30 seconds. But, man, methodical work by Mike Ritchie.
15 seconds.
So, yeah, this match is going to end in a draw. Man, very impressive performance by Mike Ritchie, though.
Blake Randall surviving.
Yeah, I mean, Blake giving up 50 pounds. I mean, 50 pounds is, again, you see it. You saw it on the feet immediately.
Yeah, you could tell.
Yeah.
He was very overpowered.
Yeah, you saw it on the feet. I mean, Mike was just, even from not even having good wrestling and good takedown positions, just able to really manipulate Blake. And he was really just kind of throwing him all over. Blake was definitely the more technical guy on the feet. Like, he's the better wrestler, but...
Well, you saw, though, when Mike let him back up, he didn't want to stand back up.
Yeah.
He just wanted, no, let's work down here.
I mean, you get a really strong guy, collar tie you, and you feel like he could just pick you up and fling you out of the building at any second. Yeah, it'll make you pull guard.
Down.
It'll definitely make you change your mind, even if you have some wrestling experience.
Right.
But we have our first draw. We got Caleb McAllister versus Dallas Sharp coming up, and Dallas, the 10th Planet Decatur blue belt, and Caleb McAllister, the black belt from Virginia. He comes from the Pedro Sauer lineage, and him and Elijah are two top competitors. So for you guys, if you're just tuning into the PGF for the first time, you're getting ready to see one of the top talents in the PGF in Caleb McAllister.
I met Pedro Sauer one time.
Did you?
I did, at a Hickson seminar.
Ah, okay.
There were so many cool people there.
That's when you were
Ryan Hall was
doing
there.
karate too, right?
Yeah.
Very cool.
Yeah, so
that's super cool, man.
Brandon and I were wearing our karate belts to a jiu-jitsu seminar.
Oh, but I think everybody was doing that back then. I mean, that was what everyone. I mean, if you did that,
we were the only one wearing some weird, it was half blue, half red belt, and everybody was like, "What does that mean?"
I just figured everybody was doing that back then.
Oh, it was
now. It would be real weird if you did that. I'm just talking about anybody because Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu is mainstream. I didn't know. I'd never heard of Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. Like, when you were at that seminar, I had never heard of it. So, but we got Caleb McAllister in the orange, Dallas Sharp in the blue, and this match. Excellent job breaking guard. A lot of guys have had trouble breaking the closed guard. You saw Caleb just stands up. Gordon Ryan and Marcelo says that's the only way to pass. Beautiful. Excellent job right there. Using the double unders to flip Dallas, and now Caleb's in a tight side control. He's got over 5 minutes to work, and he's definitely going to be looking for that choke. Dallas tries to get that knee inside. Caleb does a good job, though, putting his hand into the hip. If you guys have trouble with guys that are inverting, all you have to do is put one of your hands in that hip to block that inversion. Caleb now looking for that north-south Kimura, and we've seen Caleb hit some really interesting attack variations off of the Kimura. But Dallas does a great job of inverting. That's definitely Dallas's best skill. His best guard skill, I should say, is his ability to invert and find his guard from when he's been passed. Really nice job getting those knees in there. Caleb, though, does an excellent job immediately passing again. Dallas needs to be disciplined here. He needs to be disciplined. He's already felt Caleb reach for that Kimura a couple of times. He needs to make sure that he's not leaving those arms out. Oh, and here comes the north-south attempt, and that's deep. Dallas needs to turn. He's that hands up, though. He's going to tap. That's a good north-south. He's going to get the tap. I love Caleb's head right there. Yes, beautiful. You saw Caleb's head went to the outside of Dallas's left tricep. When the head gets to that position, it's almost impossible to get out of the north-south. You saw Dallas, though, fight it as long as he could. He tried to bridge up on his side. No go, and he gets the tap. I could tell immediately, man, that was a good north-south.
Yeah, that lat was on the other side of his chin there. It was nice.
Well, there we go, man. Caleb McAllister, 7 points.
Yeah.
Lindsay, 7 points to your fantasy team.
Whoop, whoop. I'm excited. But I rolled with Dallas it's been several days before I left to go to the beach, and I noticed that his guard has gotten so much better. I noticed that a lot of his details, his guard is closed. He's not allowing any spaces, or, he's doing well at guarding his inside space. So noticed a lot of improvement just from the beginning of the season.
Yeah, and again, his ability to invert and find his guard back is very impressive for a blue belt. But Caleb McAllister is just too much. You saw again, he won the confidence battle on the feet. I cannot stress that enough to you competitors out there, just in the gym. When you win that confidence battle, whether it's a hard collar tie or a couple of shot fakes, when you feel the guy on the back, like when he's on his heels, just go for the takedown. Dallas did he made a really good decision, as I say, jumping guard, because he was getting ready to get double-legged.
Yeah. All right, guys, we're at 103 viewers. Make sure that you are sharing this link on your social media, and let's get up to 200 tonight. Let's make 200. And make sure that you guys are giving to the Super Chat. We see that a couple of people have donated. Please follow suit.
Yeah, follow suit.
Give us that money.
We got Kevin Primo versus Jeremy Geiger up next. And Kevin, he's second place currently in the Western Conference. It's really going to come down to him and Joe Kai for that second spot. Jonathan Roberts is firmly in at number 4, but he's got a ways to go. He's 13 points back of Kevin. So Kevin, if he can come out tonight with a couple of chokes, he's going to really establish himself. And especially, we've seen his match with Caleb, the number 1 seed. He wants to avoid that match. Kevin's best case scenario is Caleb's number 1, Jonathan's number 4. So then those guys will have to face each other in the quarterfinals.
Yeah. So Kevin started off slow, like through no fault of his own, but, several of his opponents would no-show, and now straight fire.
Yeah.
Number 2.
Yeah, so we've got Kevin in the blue, Jeremy Geiger in the orange. Jeremy Geiger, both these guys are really good at knee bars, but Jeremy Geiger's been the guy. He's been the knee bar barista this season. He's hit 4 knee bars, and, man, these guys, teammates, they know each other's game well, but they don't actually train together too much. So this isn't like an every week even role. I mean, these guys probably pretty rarely train together, I would say. Jeremy's definitely got the stand-up advantage. I'm surprised Kevin's standing up. I know he's been working a lot on his wrestling, and he got 2 takedowns on Moises last night, which I thought was really surprising. But I think he's definitely a little bit out of his league here with Jeremy on the feet. Jeremy's probably had the crispest wrestling of anybody. Picks up that single leg.
Nice.
Whoa. Nice, beautiful single into that double, that sweeping double leg, and already past the guard. Kevin, though, beautiful job getting to his turtle. He's got that arm trapped, and I would like to see Kevin turn this into a Kimura roll. So he's got the Kimuras in this.
It's almost in a honey
back
hole.
step, yeah, but he's thinking about choking.
Ooh.
But now Jeremy's got the back. Both these guys now have a submission. But you see Kevin, how he's taller than Jeremy, how his head's above him. Yeah, Jeremy's going to have to let go just because of the head position.
435.
Nice back take. And that's the issue when you reach for that Kimura sometimes, if you miss the elbow line. So Kevin had the elbow line for a second, but Jeremy freed it, and now Jeremy's in on the back. But we see Kevin, though, trying to get back that elbow line so he can go for that straight arm lock.
415.
Jeremy's in, attacking the double unders, trying to use that double unders from the back to come up into an arm triangle. And Kevin does a great job, though, of just following, and now he's on top. And we all know that this is Kevin's best passing position. And look how he passes the closed guard. That's Sao Paulo pass, I'm telling you. That's black belt level right there. And he's going to start looking for this head and arm choke. He really needs to get to that elbow. He needs to push on that elbow lever to free his head. But Jeremy's doing a good job of holding. But that holding right there is only going to help him for so long.
333.
Jeremy really needs to think about putting in some frames here. Kevin, beautiful pressure, excellent crossface, and the beautiful pass.
Nice,
Kevin's one of
Kevin.
the best guard passers in the PGF, easily in the top 5. I love watching him pass the guard.
315.
Man, Jeremy's really starting to get opened up here. Kevin's in on the left arm, guillotine, north-south variation. I would like to see him switch this to a ninja choke. So Kevin is doing a technique I call the north-south hop, where he's just switching back and forth. So he started with the left arm north-south attempt, and then he went to his right. Now he's backing on his left.
243.
Really nice job. Using the north-south attacks to get a deep mount. He's seeing a punch choke attempt here, and I think this is going to be tough to tap Jeremy here because Kevin's a little too high. You see how Jeremy's pushing him up? That punch choke's going to be difficult to get. He keeps pushing that shoulder out of position. But Kevin's squeezing hard here.
220.
But yeah,
He was
he's just
up
a
too
little
high.
out of position. Goes for the mounted triangle. It looks like Jeremy's starting to wear down just a little bit. He's starting to fall behind just a little bit from these transitions. So Kevin's tried 4 or 5 different attacks now, and again, it looks like Jeremy's starting to fall behind. And we're getting ready to see another compression. Another chest compression. He's going to get this.
156.
He's going to get this. Yeah, he's going to get this. And he gets the
Nice,
tap.
Kevin.
Another chest compression. That is so sneaky.
So that's a break, right?
No, that's a choke.
The chest
It's a-
compression?
Yeah, chest compression is a choke.
Okay.
Yeah, you can't breathe. I'll do it to you Monday, or tomorrow.
Okay.
So you
Yeah,
can feel it.
thanks. Appreciate it. Awesome, Kevin. Yeah, you guys, so whenever the clock pops up onto the screen, it kills the audio. So we're still working all the kinks out. But womp, 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 Uriah chat. Uriah, I hope you're having an awesome time watching this amazing jiu-jitsu.
Well, there we go. Kevin, one of my picks. I think he was a pick that a lot of people didn't take a chance on this week because he had some tough
Yeah.
matches. I mean, that was a tough match right there. Jeremy had Kevin's back for a good minute.
Yeah, he did. Kevin loves that little straight
Kevin
arm
does,
in
man.
there.
Kevin shows his back a little too much, but he has so much success with it. I'm not going to tell him to change.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, he'll have to find some kind of opposition that ends up like taking advantage of the back for him to change, I would assume.
But excellent job, man. Kevin, I'm telling you, when he gets into his passing, whether it's the half guard or really when he starts from the closed guard, it's almost unstoppable. He's really just cutting through dudes' guards. He got in Jeremy's closed guard, went to that Sao Paulo pass, and from there, the match was downhill for
Yeah.
Jeremy.
Womp, 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 super chat. Thank you, Jacob McAlpin.
But Jeremy gets my top wrestler award for the PGF. He's taken down every one of his opponents, and is very, very impressed. I mean, he wrestled in college, so, no shocker that the guy that wrestled in college has looked like the best wrestler in the PGF,
Yeah.
but really kudos to him, and I love watching Jeremy. I love watching him compete. He's been one of my favorite guys to watch this season.
All right, let's pick a prize out of the box and figure out who we're going to give a prize to.
We're going to give out a big one.
Ooh, okay. This
We're gonna
is
give out-
a monster backpack donated by Decatur Coca-Cola Bottling Company and Frank Troop. So who are we going to give this to? What's going to have to happen before we give this out?
I want to see. Let's just do the next choke.
Okay. Next choke, monster backpack from Decatur Coca-Cola. Decatur Coca-Cola
So we
Bottling
got a good
Company.
one here. We've got Lewis Collins in the neon shorts, Joe Kai pulling guard immediately and goes to his closed guard. Now, Joe had said that he was going to pull guard this week. He immediately pops up looking for an armbar or omoplata style attack. Lewis does a good job, though, of avoiding, looking to stand, and, man, Joe's already in on that underhook, looking possibly for a K guard. Lewis needs to be really careful of pushing on the knees right there.
523.
So we got Lewis in here looking for the heel hook. Joe does a great job, though, of retracting his knee. So now Lewis pulls guard. They're going to start back on their feet, though. Lewis standing, and I think we're going to see Joe pull again.
4:56.
Oh, excuse me. Lewis pulls. And I think that was a mistake. Joe does his best work from top when he can start passing. Beautiful step right there. Lewis does a great job, though. Oh, and Lewis just took a hard knee to the face.
4:30.
Joe burying in there, looking to get to the north-south, and he's got the pass. Excellent job. I'm telling you, anytime guys trying to invert on you, one strategy I already mentioned earlier, if you're in the side control, you can post that hand right there to stop the inversion and the guard recovery. If you're in the north-south position, you need to bury the head in the hips and just drive forward. Joe, great job right there. He needs to get, and I was going to say, Joe was starting to move a little bit too much. I want to see him get control of this match first, wear Lewis out with the body weight and the control, and then I want to see him start transitioning, looking for the kill.
3:54.
So Joe now in this modified twister attack position. So he's in this really nice 45. Joe has been the best truck player in the PGF so far. So if Lewis, if he starts getting and turning up a little bit too much to his side, we're going to see him use that.
He did a good job getting that knee back inside.
Yeah, really nice job right there recovering by Lewis. Ooh. And he gets kicked again in the face. Lewis might end up with a concussion before this match is all said and over. He's taking a knee and a foot.
Yeah.
That was a hard one right there. And, man, I love Joe, the competitor. He's like, get down. And beautiful step pass. That was a veteran competitor right there. Yeah. Honestly, I would have let the guy stand back up.
I probably would have, too.
And Joe just immediately, like, no, stone-faced, tells him to go back down. But Lewis has been really tough to crack all season. As I said earlier, Elijah really had a tough time putting Lewis away. He had to settle for the joint lock, and I wonder if Joe's starting to think about that, because I know Joe, he's in the position where he's in the top 3.
2:35.
Man, Joe tries that reverse knee on belly attack to the triangle. Misses, ends up back in the guard, and he's passed again. I mean, he's just really overwhelming Lewis's guard, and we see that same back step looking for the triangle. I love that triangle setup. But Lewis is being disciplined with his arms. You see how Lewis's arms, he's not letting those elbows stray from his body. But Joe's in on the triangle attack again. Man, Joe's all over Lewis.
1:58.
He's got 2 minutes.
Yeah, egghead, I keep pulling for the north-south, too. He gets in that north-south position. 1:40.
Oh, Joe's in on the triangle now, and he's going to fall to his back to switch. But I think Lewis might have got his hand back in on the inside.
Maybe.
I know Lewis.
1:20.
Joe needs to find. Yeah, Joe's going to lose this. Lewis does a great job. And Lewis is exhausted now. Yeah. Joe, the pace that he keeps is just incredible.
1:05.
Joe goes that same setup. That's the 3rd or 4th time we've seen that reverse knee on belly.
1 minute.
I think it's almost time to start thinking about jumping back on the legs.
Get a foot.
Man, Joe's looking like Andre Galvao right now. Joe's just all over him, floating.
I want that arm now.
And Lewis, though, is just staying disciplined, not letting his arms get out of position.
38 seconds.
Beautiful, and he's almost in, but Lewis just, again, being disciplined with those arms. And it shows, though. You know, you see Joe trying all these setups, but if Lewis is just disciplined, it's going to be impossible for Joe to get the sub.
20 seconds.
Man, Joe's movement is incredible. And he's got the triangle now. He's got 10 seconds, though, and Lewis is going to bury in. Lewis grabs the gable grip, and this match is going to end in a draw.
Oh, Joe.
And that match ends in a draw. Man, Joe Kai, beautiful performance, but he's not happy with the draw.
Womp, womp, womp. Super chat from Wallow J. While we're talking about Wallow J, make sure you guys are checking out McDojo Life Podcast. These guys get together and do their fantasy picks on their YouTube channel right before the PGF airs. So if you are having any questions about who you should pick, they are keeping up with the scratches and all that good stuff. So if you want to wait right before the PGF and do your picks, pick with McDojo Life Podcast.
Yeah.
While we're talking about podcasts, let's talk about the Grappling Discourse Podcast.
Yeah, so guys, you guys already know probably by now, I've got a podcast, the Grappling Discourse, and I've got a lot of competitor interviews, a lot of just regular interviews with people that, you know, whether they're experts in their field or they do Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. I just talked to Kurt Hamilton, who's one of the lead detectives for the Decatur Police Department. He also wrestled in college. We had a great conversation. Lonnie Jones, we've already talked about his book, Grappling with Life. That was honestly probably my favorite podcast that I've done so far. Mm-hmm. Definitely check it out. And, yeah, Grappling Discourse Podcast.
They're saying the audio is soft. All right. Yeah. Also, shout out to Matt Viper and Eric Bell for putting together the blue and the orange rash guards, doing all the graphic design work for us, really helping us out last minute. So, yeah, we really appreciate Eric Bell. Go to mattviper.com. Get your own blue or orange rash guard. Give him some support, guys.
Yeah, guys, always be honest. You know, if there's anything we need to fix, whether it is audio or stream-wise, just let us know. And we appreciate you for letting us know. You know, if the audio is too low or if the audio goes off, whatever, just let us know. We appreciate you and hope you guys are enjoying the latest installment of the PGF. But, man, there we go. We've got 3 more draws left. If I said 5 draws, but there's 2 of them. And we've got Casey Wilbanks versus Robert Autry coming up next.
All right. Ooh, I don't know. Who's going to win this one? Robert's been showing some amazing defense.
Yeah, I think Casey's got more firepower, but Casey also, he's been susceptible to getting tired and getting tapped.
Yeah. Does he have a leg lock game, Casey? And, guys, make sure that if you want to follow along with us on the schedule, you need to go to pgfhome.com. So when we were talking about the top 8, the rankings in the Eastern and Western Conference and the schedule, all of that is on pgfhome.com. So check that out as well.
All right, awesome. They say they can hear us better now. So let us know if it gets low again, and we'll see what we can do.
All right. Okay. So, not that one. Mario and Jonathan? Yes. All right,
so we got Mario Gayor versus Jonathan Roberts coming up next. We're skipping Casey. He hasn't arrived yet. And, man, we're looking at a really good matchup right here. I mean, Jonathan Roberts versus Mario that's a tough match for Mario. Mario has shown some of the best jiu-jitsu of anybody in the PGF. I've loved a few of his matches. Mm-hmm. But Jonathan Roberts has been a buzzsaw.
Yeah.
We've seen...
He hasn't lost.
No, he lost to Matt Elkins. Matt Elkins tapped him with the arm triangle. Yeah, from the arm triangle.
Okay.
2 weeks ago.
So Elijah's the only one that hasn't lost?
Caleb. Elijah and Caleb are
both
undefeated. Okay. Yes.
So Jonathan Roberts
Yeah,
just
so we
lost
saw
one.
Jonathan Roberts. I mean, he almost tapped Matt Elkins in under a minute. Matt was in some deep leg lock trouble. Matt did a great job, though. Got out, passed the guard, and ended up finishing with a beautiful mounted arm triangle. So we'll see how Jonathan recovers. But Jonathan's got the size, the experience advantage. I really think this is going to be a tough match for Mario.
And Brandon was just letting us know that if you are following along on the schedule, that we are going to be going out of order. So, like we said, Casey has not arrived yet, so we're going to go to the next match. We'll come back to that one. And I believe that he added some makeup games, but I believe that those should be on the schedule. But make sure that you are going back and forth between the Eastern and the Western Conference, because there will be some games that show up on one of those and they won't show up on the other. So watch both.
So we know Jonathan's going to pull guard here. Mario really needs to avoid. He needs to win the distance battle. If he starts passing on his knees, he's really looking at the arm lock setups. And that's where all of Jonathan's best attacks come from. Even his leg locks, they come from the threat of the arm bar. Guys trying to back away, guys trying to stand up. They're on their heels. It allows them to get those easy ashigarami entries. Really, a guy like Joe Kai that's passing with those step passes on the outside, those are the guys that are going to be giving Jonathan more trouble. So I want to see Mario keep some distance management and really pass to the outside. Now, we've seen Jonathan, and from the guys that I know that train with him, they're like, look, Jonathan, even when he's in bad positions, think Nilo, that Nilo match where he gets his guard passed and off of the knee on belly, enters in possibly the most
beautiful.
Yeah, probably the most beautiful attack entries of anybody in the PGF so far. And you just really need to be aware when you're rolling with Jonathan. If a limb is exposed, he's going to find it and he's going to get the tap.
All right. While we're waiting just a second, let's give some shout out to the Orthopedic Center and Dr. Michael Cantrell. He did the physicals on all of the players the players that came to the combine. So we really appreciate his time and support. He's also sponsoring Who's on the Bubble Watch. So who's going to make it into the top 8? When we first opened up the broadcast, we did a little segment. He's sponsoring that segment. So we really appreciate Dr. Michael Cantrell and the Orthopedic Center.
And so thinking about Mario's path to victories, as I said, he really needs to stay on the outside. He needs to use his footwork to pass. I think Mario's going to be able to navigate the leg locks with Jonathan. I think that's a really even battle. I'd be really surprised if either guy got an advantage in the leg locks. So I think he's got to get the guard pass and look for the arm lock or the choke off of the guard pass. But we got Jonathan in the blue, Mario in the spats and orange. There's a 20-pound weight difference here, so Jonathan is the bigger man, and we're going to see Jonathan pull guard. So Jonathan's already in on the ashigarami. Mario did a good job, though. He was very well aware there. He retracted his knee, but now he's in that arm lock. Jonathan does a great job off that Sumigashi style. You can see how hard he just clinches right there. Oh, really nice sweep.
526.
So we got Jonathan in the mount, uses that Sumigashi style clinch right there. I mean, the arm lock threat forced Mario to his back, but Mario's doing a great job. Artie has defended the arm triangle once. Jonathan's still hunting the arm triangle. So Jonathan's in, but you see Mario, how he's up on his hip right here. Mario's getting ready to come out the back door and could possibly expose Jonathan's back. Jonathan's back is slightly exposed. He's not going to be able to get that choke from this angle. He needs to flatten Mario back out.
435.
This is much tighter. Mario gripping that shoulder. He's got his hips up right there. Yeah, it was a good choice by Jonathan. Yeah, I didn't think he was going to be able to finish it. Nice back take. Excellent back take. Mario, though, trying to get Jonathan off. He gets to his knees. But Jonathan, beautiful, beautiful rear naked choke. So there we go. Jonathan Roberts, 7 points.
All right. Okay.
Jonathan does a great job, though. Let me just say this real quick. Because Jonathan does a great job of not forcing one sub. We saw him go for that straight arm lock, uses it to sweep, comes up on top, hunts the arm triangle. Mario does a great job defending. Jonathan was not going to get that. He was squeezing.
Yeah.
Jonathan, though, goes back to mount, uses that to take the back, and gets the rear naked choke pretty quickly off of that back take.
Yeah.
Really nice match.
It's definitely a sign of upper-level jiu-jitsu. You take what's given and not try to force something.
Yeah, you know, and I think he did a good job of, he tried each submission, so each submission was a real threat.
Oh, for sure, yeah. It looked,
like it was a real threat. Yeah,
Mario
like
had to be on defense.
Yes,
yeah.
exactly. And that really exposes it, puts a lot of extra pressure on your opponent, and it helped expose that rear naked choke. I like that back take a lot. Really, really nice job by Jonathan Roberts.
Yes. All right, shout out to Physical Therapy and Balance Center and Jeff Keith and his team. We really appreciate him. He came out and did the analysis, set up the combine events, and we really appreciate him. He also donated to the Player of the Week. I think it was week 2, maybe week 3. I can't remember, but a Phalanx $50 gift card. So we really appreciate Jeff and his team for coming out and helping us out, showing us support.
So there we go. We got 7 more points on the board. Next, again, it's going to be really tough just because we've had so many scratches due to people not here tonight. So can't exactly guess anymore who's next, but I'm guessing Michael Libby versus Nilo Bergener, and this is Michael Libby's last week. Michael Libby is going to be done with games after tonight. I was talking to him a bit pre-show, and he just was talking about how much this has meant to him, this experience has.
Yeah.
He's in the military. He's actually getting ready to ship off to the Middle East. So
wow.
He's finishing. He's supposed to have 1 game next week, but since he has military obligations, he's going to just do that match tonight. And, yeah, I've really – so it made sense because I was asking him, we've seen a huge, huge difference in his first 2 weeks compared to the last couple of weeks. And he said, yeah, I haven't competed in 5 years. I was I hadn't competed in 5 years. This is the first tournament I've done. I thought it would be a great experience, and I just wanted to get back in it.
That's awesome.
And so,
well,
yeah.
This is the perfect place to get back into competition, I would think.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Exactly, and he's gotten 20, and we've got to see him grow over the season. I mean, the first 2 weeks, you could tell he looked really stiff. He didn't look confident out there. And the last couple of weeks,
we saw his rubber guard,
his leg lock entries. We've seen the whole thing. We've got to see a lot more of his jiu-jitsu, and I've loved seeing that aspect of the PGF, seeing guys come in, maybe not have the best first couple of weeks, and then really pick it up and start to show their jiu-jitsu, especially show jiu-jitsu they want to show. Sometimes when you do these one-off tournaments, you do a super fight, you go out there and you get beat, and it's like, that's it.
Yeah.
You know, with this, you get 20 chances to come out here and give your best performance. So, look, even if you lose 10 games, if you have 5 spectacular performances, there's really a lot to take away from it. Or a lot of positive, I should say, to take away from an event like the PGF.
Aw, Jonathan's mom's on the chat. Very proud mom. You should be proud.
Yeah, your son, he is pretty good.
He's a murderer. He rips off limbs and takes them home.
Yeah, he does. She's probably got in her freezer some dude's arm. Been there for 5 years.
Okay. Womp, womp, womp. Super chat from Matt Viper, Eric Bell. You guys go to mattviper.com. Order one of these awesome rash guards. And also, there's some dry fit PGF shirts if you enjoy training in those or just repping the PGF. Go to mattviper.com.
Yeah, Matt Viper's just done an outstanding job sponsoring the PGF. It's been a great partnership, and, dude, Eric, we really appreciate everything you've done. The rash guards have been amazing. They're sick. I love the rash guards. Looking forward to seeing what comes of next season.
Oh, so Jonathan gets the backpack, right?
Oh, yeah, you got a choke.
Yeah, okay.
There we go.
I'm writing myself a note to remind myself to give that to Jonathan.
So
Michael Libby.
We got Michael Libby coming up against Nilo Bergener. And this is going to be a tough match for Michael.
Nilo Bergener.
Because Nilo, last time he was on the mat, he lost to your son, Miss Roberts. And Nilo's one of the favorites here, and Nilo had one match. He was the first match, came out, took that leg lock loss, and I'm sure the past 2 weeks been thinking about this first PGF match
he was
back.
Dreaming about it.
Oh yeah, I think he's gonna come in. Oh, we see a double guard pull. That's the first double guard pull we've seen all season. And it's funny. I actually told Michael Libby, I said, if he pulls guard, you need to pull guard. I want to see you try and get in on the legs. Really nice leg work by Michael Libby.
No, Brandon Gamble's over here making noises. 532.
Ooh, and we're starting to see some bottom side rubber guard. So this is a really interesting position. It can really catch a lot of guys off guard. I'm not the biggest fan of the bottom side rubber guard. I think it's very difficult to play, and it leaves you in bad positions. If it doesn't work out, you end up in really deep bottom positions. But hey, sometimes when you're going against Nilo, you got to slow that guy down. But Nilo's already up into the mount.
5 minutes.
And Nilo did a good job right there. I love Michael, though, just going right into his closed guard and looking for the legs immediately. He's got Nilo's foot trapped in a quarter guard. It looks like Nilo's trying to free. He's got an underhook on this side.
437.
And there we go. There's the guard pass. We got Nilo on top. I'd like to see Michael. Man, a lot of these guys are leaving their arms up there exposed. Even when Lewis did a great job last match of getting those arms and keeping them pinned to his side so where guys couldn't expose them.
410.
Michael tries to, but it's almost a little too late. You see how high his were, especially compared to Lewis's. Now he's starting to get back to a better defensive position. But again, when he starts reaching like that, he's way out of position.
When Nilo rides high in the mount like that, it's hard to keep your elbows
He's going to get
tucked.
that guillotine. That's a tight guillotine.
350.
He's looking for that arm-in guillotine. I actually wouldn't mind seeing Nilo pull guard with this and then possibly try and pop a triangle off of the arm-in guillotine. But he's going for that naked now. So that was a really nice technique right there. You saw him go for the arm in, went for the arm in for about 30 seconds, and then he switched really sneakily into the high elbow guillotine. Really nice play by Nilo, finishing with that naked choke.
Shout out to Subconscious Studios and Keelan Lawyer for the amazing camera work. So whenever I see something, positive comments about the PGF, it usually includes the amazing camera work. So we really appreciate Keelan. So if you need any kind of videography or photography done at your school, your wedding, whatever, give him a call and give that man some work. Womp, 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 super chat from Billy Bates. Oh, he's giving that specifically to Keelan, I think.
Okay, there we go. A super chat for Keelan. Very well deserved. I was watching, I rewatched Kevin's match last night against Moises, and the camera angles are incredible. If you want to study jiu-jitsu and see what's really going on in these matches, if you see Joe Kai or, somebody, some high-level guy do something and you want to go back and study it, it just makes it so easy to pick out what they're doing.
Yeah.
It's so much better than the one camera angle every other show does.
Yeah, and we probably talked about it before, but Keelan does jiu-jitsu, so he knows where the camera actually needs to be so you can see what you need to see. And I would just like to mention that as of right now, I'm beating you in the Fantasy League.
Touche. You're 7 points up.
Yeah.
I'll give you a fist bump for that. But we still
I
got a
don't believe
long
it.
night.
I was going to say, I don't believe I beat you last week, though.
No, I did. I actually crushed you last week because I had Kevin and you didn't.
Right. Yeah.
Hey, you didn't go Kevin again? I went Kevin.
Believe me, I heard about it not picking Kevin last week, so.
But we've got Kiahi versus Kanan Brooks coming up, and this is a match both these guys have really been looking forward to. I know Kiahi, this is like the one match. He circled this one. He really wanted a match with Kanan, and I know Kanan, he's been a couple weeks off himself, so he's looking to come back, and Kanan's had
We've seen some improvement from Kanan.
Very much so. He is much improved. Kanan, you just don't know what you're going to get. He might go out here in 2 minutes and die from cardio, or he might come out here and have a awesome performance. And Kanan's
let's hope for
the
awesome
inconsistency has always been there with Kanan, where there's times he looks like a good purple belt, where you're like, dude, Kanan looks awesome. And then there's times where, again, he doesn't bring it, and he starts to die. But a lot of that usually is cardio.
Yeah,
and,
cardio falls off fast if you're not keeping it up.
Yes, exactly. But we had Kanan in the blue. We got Kiahi in the orange. Kanan's got a good judo game. I was hoping to see a throw right there, and he's already in on the darce. That was a beautiful darce right there. Excellent job, and that's deep. He's going to get that finish. I would like to see Kanan.
5:30.
I would like to see Kanan fall to his side right here. Yes, if he could just fall to his right side. He's going to pull him out instead, but that was a good play.
No, he didn't finish the darce.
Yeah, I would have liked to see him go to that Mars style. But, I mean, that was a high-level transition. So it looks like we're getting the purple belt version of Kanan Brooks today.
5:06.
Oh, I like how Kanan just picked off that frame right there.
Not
Really nice job getting into a deep gift wrap. An excellent back take. Who is this? Is this Kanan Brooks?
Oh.
He's in on the body triangle. Left arm's in position. He needs to punch that down. Yes, he punches that defending hand down. He's looking for the straight jacket, and he's got it.
4:30.
Oh, Kanan's getting a little sloppy. He got just a little sloppy with
Nice,
his. He
Mario.
rushed it a little bit too much. So we got Kiahi on top now of the guard.
$4.10.
But this is where now I'm going to be interested. We just saw Kanan really throw a lot of heat at Kiahi. But Kanan has a tendency to start dying out. We're 2 minutes into the match. Kanan does a great job of standing up, though, and he looks fresh. He doesn't look that tired. Oh, beautiful job. Both guys, really great job. Kiahi does a great job.
Mario.
Kanan tries that.
Oh, that's counting. 3:36.
Man, you see Kanan try to go underneath with that Sambo leg lock roll. Kiahi follows, ends up on top, and he tries a Sambo judo style arm lock of himself from the judo side control. Kanan follows it though, and they're back on their feet. And he's looking for that standing darce again. Oh, I would like to see him
finish this one.
Yeah. I think Kanan's now thinking about just getting the finish here. He's got a good Kimura attempt. That hand's outside the hip line.
2:58.
Kiahi does a great job, though, of putting back in his lockdown. But Kanan does a good job freeing his leg of the lockdown. He's still in half guard. But, man, that arm lock's starting to get tight. Or I should say that Kimura attempt's starting to get tight. Ooh, excellent Kimura trap right there.
2:33.
Going into the arm lock, and he gets the tap. We've got our sub of the night right there. Excellent work by Kanan Brooks.
All right, so Kanan gets 3. Okay, so I was just informed that Casey Wilbanks is not coming. So we're going to scratch all of his matches for tonight. Casey Wilbanks is not coming. But we do have a couple of super chats. So womp, 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 super chat from Kai Johnson. And womp, 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 super chat from Robert Parrish. We appreciate you guys. Thank you very much.
Yeah, definitely appreciate it, guys. Kanan. Night and day from 4 weeks ago.
Yeah.
Night and day.
I would really have liked to see if he could finish that darce. But like you said, it was a really high-level transition to the top.
Yeah, and
He did
Kiahi
good.
had a couple of really good moments in that match as well. I mean, I loved how he felt the leg lock attempt come. He rode rode it, ended up past Kanan's guard, and he tried a really sneaky arm lock from that judo side position. Really sneaky. Great match by both guys.
Womp, womp, womp. Super chat from Joel Thesis. Thanks, Joel. Yeah.
Joel, I haven't seen you in a while, buddy. Hope all's well. All right, here we go. We've got our first streak of submissions. Hopefully we can keep it up. And so next we've got, well, it's supposed to be Michael Libby versus Seth Tatum, but we're definitely going to give Michael, I'm assuming we're going to give Michael a couple of minutes.
We're going to wait a little while.
And, hey, we've got our match of the night coming up. Kevin Primo versus Jonathan Roberts.
All right. So you're going to go with Kevin.
I mean, Kevin's my guy.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm always going with Kevin. I did
league.
pick Kevin for my fantasy team. I think this is the best matchup stylistically. Kevin passes the guard the best from in close quarters of anybody in the PGF.
Mm-hmm.
Jonathan attacks from the trenches of the closed guard better than anybody. So I'm really interested to see who wins that battle in particular.
Yeah.
Even more so
Kevin
than the
can keep
tap.
his arm safe? He needs that underhook on that.
It really
South
helps
Pilot
that
pass.
Kevin's a beast. You know, like Jonathan, especially in that last match against Mario, Mario was just outsized a lot. I mean, and don't get me wrong, Jonathan looked absolutely amazing. But you've seen it a few times tonight. When there is a weight difference, it makes technique that much more powerful. You know, because again, Jonathan's showing incredible black belt level technique. But he could hold on and grab on to Mario. He's not going to be able to do that with Kevin.
Right.
You know, and we saw that a little bit with Jeremy Geiger. Jeremy did a great job of avoiding the leg lock, the arm lock setups, and just because he's big and strong, you know, he could just kind of manipulate Jonathan just a little bit more. So I think Jonathan's going to have a harder time getting his arm lock game to work against Kevin, but he definitely has the leg lock advantage.
Okay, so are you putting that up, Mark? Okay, let's talk about who's in the money.
Yeah, so we've got Elijah Carlton #1. So this is both conferences combined. So we've got Elijah Carlton in right now. If it ended today, Elijah would walk away with that $1,000 top prize. Matt Elkins #2, that's $800. Caleb McAllister 3, that's $600. Nilo at 4, that's $400. And then Kevin through Jonathan Roberts. So Kevin, Jokai, Seth Tatum, Jonathan Roberts win $200. Okay. And then on the bubble, we got Moises and Matt Harrison.
All right. And so this does not include any of the points from tonight, I'm assuming.
Yes.
Right. So, yeah, things could change kind of quickly, especially, you know, people not coming tonight. But they'll have those matches to make up.
Yeah, Matt Elkins is really he's the only one of this group that isn't here tonight. So, and he's got a pretty big lead over Caleb McAllister. I mean, he's 12 points up on Caleb right now.
Yeah.
Well, I guess
Matt
only
Harrison,
5.
Yeah, Matt Harrison's not here tonight, but yeah, on the bubble.
Yeah, Egghead, it is a killer, man. I picked Nilo. I think everybody picked Nilo, though. I mean, if you didn't pick Nilo, you weren't a good fantasy owner. Yeah, everybody went Nilo, so that helps. Because we all picked Nilo, but I'm with you. It sucks, especially when guys don't give notice and they just don't show up. It's almost uncalled for, in my opinion, unless, I don't know.
Right. Yeah, Nilo and Caleb tied right now,
Yeah.
All right. You guys make sure and visit nogihelper.com. This is Brandon's free online course, just absolutely free. So it is how to stop getting crushed from the bottom. And so if you're brand new, you're getting crushed from Mount, then check this out. Check out this video series, nogihelper.com, Nogi helper.com. No dash or anything. Okay.
And guys, make sure you're tuning into the McDojo podcast. I've been tuning in every week, and I've really, really enjoyed it. They're the guys that actually got me to start playing fantasy. I didn't play fantasy the first 2 weeks, and just hearing their podcast, listening to them talk about it, how much fun it was just listening to them play fantasy, I was like, dude, I'm going to jump in.
Yeah.
So I appreciate Wallow and the crew. Awesome podcast.
Yeah, and we were actually just talking about like that's like the most exciting. Well, I don't know if it's the most exciting part. It's one of the most exciting parts of the PGF. But
it adds an extra. It adds an extra enjoyment to it. Like, especially if you've got a couple of people, you know, and you're like me and you. We're kind of like talking a little trash on the side, like, oh, your guy, you picked this guy, and you thought he was going to get you 21, and now,
Well, yeah, it makes watching more interesting, just like when we bet on UFC, especially those undercard fights. I don't know who they are, but you're watching because I want to be able to talk trash later. So.
All right, so we got Seth Tatum versus Mike Libby, and Mike's coming off this loss to Nilo. And I really liked I think if he has the same game plan that he did against Nilo, he could give Seth some trouble. Because Seth definitely is weaker in the legs. But Michael's going to have a really tough time. If Seth gets on his head or past his guard, Michael's going to get choked.
So
if he gets his guard past.
Michael's going to sit guard?
He should. I would like to see Michael engage, pull guard, and look for the leg lock again.
Wallow says everyone is welcome to come talk trash.
So we got Seth Tatum in the blue, Michael Libby in the orange. Michael's already had one match tonight, coming in off that loss to Nilo, and they're starting on their feet.
.545.
And there we see Michael pull into an omoplata. And now looking at the legs, Seth does a good job, though, of going with it. And he needs to keep passing. That arm, though, is in a precarious position. Seth's left arm's not in the best position, but he's done enough to avoid the triangle threat. He really needs to make sure that he keeps stuffing Michael's left leg. He needs to keep rolling with that. He needs to keep rolling with that. Michael, great job with the outside heel hook, and now Seth's in the 50-50. And Michael's almost got that 50-50 heel hook, but Seth manages to escape and passes the guard. Man, that was looking bad for Seth. And here we see the bottom rubber guard. This is definitely a much deeper attempt. But you see Seth, though, he's got enough space to survive here. I like how Seth's relaxed and he's posturing. That was
425.
Expert level posture right there. But man, Michael Libby all over Seth to start this match.
Nice.
So we've got Seth on top, and he's in this north-south, possibly guillotine attack position, and he's going for the mounted guillotine.
Michael needs to pull down on that arm.
This is starting to get deep. I can see that he's thinking about tapping, and he gets the mounted guillotine tap. So there we go. Seth Tatum, 7 points.
All right. Now we're tied.
So I just tied the score with Miss Lindsay here. It's 21-21. But Seth Tatum, man, honestly, that match could have gone either way.
Yeah.
I mean, I thought Michael had that. I loved how Michael went for the outside heel hook and then passed it to 50-50. Seth didn't do the best job of defending, if I'm being honest. Michael almost got that heel exposure that he was looking for. He just couldn't quite get the grip together, and Seth did a great job, though, freeing that knee line. And then right off of the freeing the knee line, he passed the guard immediately. And then from there, you probably feel Michael. I mean, Michael just had a match with Nilo.
Yeah.
And
that's rough.
Yeah, he looked like he was wearing down. Like he really threw his attacks at Seth, and then he looked a little gassed. But great match by both guys.
Yeah. Great job passing, Seth. All right, let's get, so since we gave Jonathan Roberts the backpack, let's choose another item from the box.
Let's go with this Monster Muscle Bag.
All right, so we have another bag from Decatur Coca-Cola Bottling Company. You can see it's got Monster logo on it. So this is going to go to...
I'll let you choose this one. I chose Choke last time. So I hear we're having some technical difficulties. Stay tuned, guys. We're getting it fixed. Still got a bunch of matches left. And honestly, we've got our match of the night. Kevin Primo versus Jonathan Roberts is coming up. You do not want to miss that.
All right. So we'll just go next heel hook.
Heel hook?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm not surprised that you would choose the leg lock.
I like the legs. I like the feet. All right. Let's talk about points, how we score points. So 3 points for any joint lock, heel hook, straight ankle, okay, arm lock, any kind of joint manipulation, 3 points. 7 points for any kind of choke, okay. So apparently that's for chest compressions as well.
You can't breathe.
You also get 2 points anytime your opponent does not show. So in case of tonight, Casey Wilbanks did not show. So all of his opponents will get 2 points. And then 0 points for any draw.
So next match, we got Nilo Bergener versus Robert Autry. And, yeah, this is...
Danilo Bergener.
So this is Nilo's last match. He was supposed to have 2 more, but, again,
Casey.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And I think Robert Gladden was his other one.
Oh, okay.
Robert
Yeah,
Autry.
he was looking like an easy 28 points. Robert Autry, the white belt from Montgomery Martial Arts. Robert's been maybe the most technical white belt. I mean, we have quite a few. I shouldn't say quite a few, but we've got 5 or 6 white belts in the PGF, and I've really liked watching Robert's game. And Nilo sits guard again, and Nilo is honestly coming out way more reserved. Oh, Robert needs to be very careful reaching back like that. Nilo plays a very traditional style. I think we're going to see a pop triangle here. Yeah, Robert needs to bring that weight forward.
526.
Yeah, I didn't like the way Robert was posturing. This is much better for him. But Nilo's still going for that triangle. Looking for that wrist control. Robert does a good job recognizing, and now we're seeing a Sumigashi attempt. Really good job floating right there by Robert. And you see Robert now trying his own Sao Paulo pass.
He needed the
But
underhook.
Nilo he needed that underhook. Robert's only choice was to get his back to the ground, or he was going to get his back taken.
451.
Robert looking to collect the head right there, but he's starting to get into a bad spot. He's got one arm trapped right here. This is a prime north-south setup, or a guillotine setup. You see both arms are really trapped.
All right. Robert's stopping that foot.
Robert does a great job, though. He finds his guard again. Nilo cuts.
408.
I think this is Nilo's, when Nilo's most dangerous. I love when Nilo has control of the head, when he's hunting those north-souths and guillotines.
$345.
Yeah, here we go. But Robert Autry's found his knee and his frame's back in. He's just done such a good job all season recovering his guard. But he needs to be very wary here. Nilo's got a bite on the head. If he gets past, he's going to go right to this mounted guillotine. Oh, this is going to get tight here. But Robert Autry does a great job, though, of getting hand control, posturing.
310.
Oh, beautiful back take. He's got a single hook in. He's already got the rear naked and gets the tap. What a back take.
Nice. Good job. I saw a few good things off for Robert.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
No, again,
Pretty good.
he's ready for his blue belt. I mean, I have no authority to give him one, but I think he's ready for a blue belt. Yeah, he's shown himself really well. Even right there, he recovered his guard. Like, he recovered his guard twice. Got immediately passed again. But, I mean, how many white belts are going to recover their guard on Nilo?
Not a lot.
Not a lot.
I liked that Nilo went into that very patient, you know. He didn't try to run a train on him. It just
really interesting. I'm wondering if he came out and just was like, he came out too hard against Jonathan. And after that, he kind of decided, okay, I need to play a little bit more calculated, because he came out against the previous matches right before Jonathan, and then Jonathan, he was coming out, I mean, with fire in his eyes. And, tonight we've seen him sit guard, calmly take what the opponent gives him. Really nice match by Nilo.
Egghead wants Seth to get a purple belt so bad.
Dude,
I'm sure
Seth
Seth
can't
really
even
appreciates
defend
that.
a leg lock. All right, he can barely defend leg locks. He still needs a little bit of seasoning.
He needs to cook a little bit longer.
Yeah, his offense is purple belt level. Don't get me wrong. His offense might even be brown belt level, but he's still got a few deficiencies in there. Seth, if you're listening, talk to me Tuesday.
Yeah.
Or even Monday night. Come to my class.
Yeah, leg lock defense.
But no, in all seriousness, I mean, Seth's a monster. We've got quite a few blue belts here that are easily purple belts at most, at most gyms. So.
Yeah, we like our blue belts with a lot of seasoning.
Here we go. This is one of those matches that gives me a little bit of butterflies. Just like Matt Elkins versus Jonathan Roberts. That's a match I was holding my breath the entire time. I feel real similar with this one. I mean, we're going to see Jonathan sit guard. We got Jonathan in the black spats, Kevin in the short sleeves and black Fay-Link shorts. Looks like Jonathan's looking to get a grip before he sits. But he looks for that grip. Kevin needs to win the distance management and recognize when he starts getting those arms in too deep. So here we go. We got Kevin on top of the butterfly guard. Jonathan looking for that sweep. Beautiful float right there by Kevin. So this is where I wanted to see this match take place. I mean, I wanted to see who was going to win this battle. Kevin's the best butterfly and closed guard passer, and Jonathan's the best butterfly closed guard attacker. Really nice job by Kevin floating. And wow, now Kevin's got the double underhook. So he's starting to win this exchange. And when you float like that, you saw Jonathan try 2 butterfly sweep attempts. Or I guess, excuse me, Kevin only has 1 underhook. So we're a minute, 10 seconds in.
Can Kevin do that Sao Paulo to both sides?
Yes, Kevin passes equally well to both sides. Jonathan, though, starting to get in on the heel hook. Nice heel slip right there. Kevin needs to start clearing that foot. Kevin clears, gets that hip
430.
out. Really nice job by Jonathan Roberts getting in on that leg. So Jonathan looking for that back step. Really nice back step, and now Kevin's made a big mistake. He's fallen to that hip, and Jonathan's hunting for that heel hook right there. Kevin needs to keep turning. He's got the heel on the ribs.
405.
Really nice leg defense. Kevin made a slight mistake right there. Nice job by Kevin. Beautiful attack by both guys. And so we're going back to resetting in the middle. Really nice attack. That back step by Jonathan was profesh.
Sorry, guys. I was paying attention to the match.
But Kevin, man, you saw him. He turned the wrong way for a split second. He got his hips pinned up just a little bit, but then he follows, hides his heel. This is the match I was expecting. Really nice work by both guys so far.
345.
But I give the first round. The first blow lands to Jonathan Roberts. Both guys have an underhook here. Kevin needs to be... Yeah, you see Kevin trying to be heavy on those hooks, using his head to try and make Jonathan uncomfortable. But this is where Jonathan lives. This is where Jonathan is a expert. He's like a sniper.
317.
Oh, now we're in the closed guard. And so Kevin's starting to get into a Sao Paulo pass here. Jonathan, though, does a great job, though, of getting Kevin off of his hips, I should say. You saw Kevin really starting to inch towards, puts a lot of weight as he's turning his hips down on Jonathan. Jonathan does a great job, though, of squaring back up. But Kevin's right back in on this play, and this is a much better attempt.
244.
Ooh, this is going to be – both guys are winning here. I know that might sound crazy. Oh, what a play by both guys.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, and Jonathan's in on the arm. He doesn't quite have the bite he wants.
The elbow's definitely inside.
But, yeah, the elbow is inside. I thought Kevin had slipped it for just a second.
213.
Kevin's staying heavy. He's got Jonathan compressed right here, and he needs to keep that. He needs to stay heavy on Jonathan.
Oh. 2 minutes.
Man. Beautiful work by Kevin. Jonathan, that arm lock setup. Really nice. And we see him trying again, and now Kevin's got the Sao Paulo. He's cleared the foot, and now Kevin's in the lead.
140.
So Kevin's in on an over-under style pass, and, man, he's taking a lot of heat. Jonathan's had a couple of really good positions,
nice
but
pass.
I wonder now how tired Jonathan is.
124.
So Kevin's looking to finish this guillotine. Jonathan, though, is framing off Kevin.
$109.
So we see Kevin trying to pass in space, and he clears the foot in again. So he's got a minute left, and, man, I wish this match would just keep going. What a beautiful, beautiful match by both guys. He's in on the twister pass here. Kevin gets the guard pass, and, again, I think he's starting to wear Jonathan down.
45 seconds.
45 seconds. So Kevin's trying to clear, and he's in this north-south position. We've seen Kevin really attack well from the north-south. And he's coming in. He's got the arm in position, and I think we're going to see Kevin.
26 seconds.
There's 20 seconds left. Kevin on top, looking for the Americana. But he needs to be careful of the arm lock. Oh, now Jonathan's in on the Ashigarami heel hook. Kevin hit his heel really well.
Oh, my goodness.
What a match.
Whoa.
One of the matches of the season. Beautiful.
Wow.
Both guys had their moments. Jonathan won the offensive part of the match, and Kevin was starting to win and dominate the positional side.
Yeah.
And both guys are spent. I mean, that was an even, really, really good match.
Kevin's weight distribution, especially in that armbar attempt, was really good.
Yeah.
That weight was forward towards the head, that one shoulder. I like it. He did great. They both did great.
Yeah, excellent match.
Nice. All right, so that's our third draw. Third draw.
All
right.
One of the matches of the season, though.
Yeah.
Kevin did a great job defending the leg locks. He did a good job. We saw one time him get a really nice heel slip off one of those outside heel hooks. Practicing that heel slip, Eddie Cummings has a really good leg lock DVD or instructional. He was teaching a seminar. It's $20 on Jiu-Jitsu, and he talks about defensive concepts to defending leg locks. Yeah. And in that, he shows the heel slip, something the Donahere guys masters that, and something that we've practiced here a bunch. And that heel slip comes in handy, especially Kevin once or twice made a couple of bad movements in there in the leg locks. He turned his hips slightly wrong, but did a great job of recovering. And, man, Jonathan's offense is relentless.
Yeah. Oh. Yeah, even in small spaces, Jonathan's able to get the positions that he likes.
You've got to be careful. I mean, Jonathan's really good at that inverting. And so you see he inverts. So that same inversion he used on Nilo to take the inside heel hook, he was using to try and get the arm lock on Kevin.
Yeah.
So, yeah, he uses that same inversion attack to attack the arm lock as well as the leg lock from the knee on belly.
Yeah, and there was a nice little battle on that right-hand side of who's going to get the underhook. So Kevin did a good job of, like, he had an over-under for a while. He did a really good job protecting his arm that Jonathan had the underhook.
Well,
so.
but we saw, and it was one of the things I wanted to see this season was Kevin's close passing versus Jonathan's close attacks. And both guys won exchanges.
Yes.
Kevin won 2 exchanges, passed twice. Jonathan won 2 exchanges. He got 2 really nice attacks. We saw a really close arm bar, and we saw a leg lock right at the beginning.
Yeah.
So.
All right, so you guys listen up. Egghead Warrior is putting up a challenge for you guys. He says if he can get 5 people to super chat $10 in the next 5 minutes, then he will match it for $50. So you guys, come on. $10 in the next 5 minutes. We need 5 of those.
Yeah, it's only $10.
Yeah.
You would normally be out on Friday night getting
Paying
something
for a
to
movie.
eat. Yeah.
You can't go to the movie for
Yeah.
$10.
Yeah.
It's
Instead,
like
we're saving you money.
Right.
Yeah, we're
All
saving
right.
you money.
And we're up to 121 viewers. Again, make sure you guys are shouting this out on your social media. We need more people to join. Let's get up to 200 viewers.
Hey, we got another really fire matchup coming up.
Who's
we
next?
got Elijah Carlton versus Moises Carrasco.
All right.
And we're getting ready to really find out, is
what's
Moises for real?
Yeah,
is he for real?
What's Moises made of? All right, Brenda, with the $10. All right, 4 more. Come on, guys. Oh, womp, 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 super chat for Brenda.
Womp, womp, womp.
I almost forgot your womp womps.
So,
Nice.
Elijah, he's only got 1 match tonight. And, man, he's firmly in first place, especially with Matt Elkins sitting out tonight. He could not make it. But, man, just looking at Elijah, he's got 17 submissions.
Okay.
Or wait, excuse me, he's
So
got
here we-
16 submissions. One of those is going to be made up.
All right. Joel gave us $14.99. That counts as a $10 one. So womp, womp, womp. Super chat from Joel. 3 more, guys. Come on.
Moises Carrasco.
This is my favorite Elijah. I love Elijah with the mustache. He pulls off the mustache well. He does. It looks good on him. The shaved head, mustache, Elijah. That's your style, bro.
Little Colonel Sanders.
It's his style. And so we got Elijah starting on the feet, immediately pulls guard, looking to come in aggressive, much more aggressive than we've usually seen from Elijah. Last week, do you remember 2 weeks ago, we saw him play very coy. But he's got 1 match. I think he just wants to get out of here. And we see him jumping for the legs. Oh, and he's in a deep leg lock here. He's got the reap, and he's going to get the tap right here. Oh, I say that. Moises does a good job of following. I thought he had that trap.
Ooh. He's
Elijah's
definitely
in on a
inside.
toe hold. Oh,
524.
that looks deep. That foot's bended. And he gets the tap. I bet that popped a few times. Yeah, I bet that popped a couple of times. Man, we saw Nilo go Zen mode tonight, much more calm than usual. And then we saw Elijah come out and get the job done in less than a minute against Moises.
Yeah. He's like, I got 1 match. I'm just going to get this out of the
Yes. He's like, man, you're getting all
way.
my
See
energy
how fast
tonight.
I can do this. Nice.
So there we go. Elijah gets the job done real quick. He's in now at 91 points. So he's our first competitor with 90 points. He's got a 7-point lead on Matt Elkins, and they have the same amount of games left to play. So Elijah's definitely, he's got a 1 choke lead. So, Matt, if you're listening, you need all chokes to finish the season.
Get that $1,000. All right, next up is Matt Anderson and Mike Ritchie. Is that what I heard? Matt Anderson and Mike Ritchie? Okay. I'm excited.
Okay, yeah. Matt Anderson versus Mike Ritchie. I would like to see them do max push-ups before this match.
Just deplete all of your energy.
We'll just get a little bit, and then we'll see who can recover faster.
Right.
Who has got more technique.
Ooh, burpees.
Yeah, we'll just find out who's got more technique.
Yeah. Just max burpees. and then ready, set, go.
Dude, I can only imagine the view you guys got. Because from here, we're watching from a distance. I could see the bend was nasty from here. But the angle Keelan gave you guys, I'm sure it was gnarly.
Yeah. Good job, Keelan.
Yeah, I thought we were about to hear somebody go, ah.
You hear boom, boom, something break.
Yeah, once that knee gets bent like that and those toes start going towards the butt, it's about time. It's about time to tap. So we got Matt Anderson versus Mike Ritchie, and now looking at their standings, I mean, this is a really important match for Matt Anderson. Mike Ritchie, he's a ways out of being in the playoffs. That first draw, again, he really needed a choke against Blake Randall earlier. But this is a really important match for Matt Anderson. And I will tell you, it is very, 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 very difficult to make Mike Ritchie tap to it from a straight ankle lock. Trust me, I have tried. And I had zero success trying to straight ankle lock him. So I'm not sure if Matt Anderson's going to be able to pull off this straight ankle. But here we go. We got the two strongest. We got Manscaped Mike in the blue, and we got the Manderson in the orange. This match should be shirtless, don't you think? So we start on the feet. It's like two rhinos just jostling for position. And we see Mike Ritchie just pick up Manderson.
Whoa, what if they just crash into our table? I'd save you.
I'm supposed to say that.
520.
So both these guys, they know they don't want to be on their back, especially against the other.
All right, somebody give a $10 for this. Come on. We need one more super chat. 2 more minutes. Come on, super chat. There it is. Thank you, Jessica.
Ah, Jessica, thank you.
I'll give y'all your womp womps in a minute when this is over. 4:50 on the clock.
Oh, we see Matt go for the judo throw right there. He's got his hands locked, but...
Ooh, back up, back up.
Dude, that would have been horrible. If Matt would have got that right there, Mike said would have hit the concrete. Matt, let's go. Oh, really nice snap down right there by Mike Ritchie. I would like to see Mike take a shot.
410.
Because Matt, he's really, this whole PGF, he's been trying to get some judo throws. And we've seen a couple of really nice throws from Matt. But Mike tries to change levels, but Matt just really controlled the head. Matt's in on that inside position. He's got that Muay Thai plum.
$333.
This is a much better position. Matt's got that low body lock. He's starting to get that body lock around the waist.
Okay.
And what a throw. That was for pride right there.
Oh, yeah, it was. 3:10 on the clock.
Really nice frames by Mike, though, and he finds his guard again. He's got that knee in. Matt trying to turn the corner. Dude, I wish we could see that throw on highlights. So under 3 minutes, got Matt Anderson on top. Mike doing a really good job with his guard, though. I think we're going to see Mike probably try and stand up right here. Yeah, we see him kick. But Matt does a great job. He looks for that back exposure. So Mike, since he didn't technical stand-up, that's why you got a technical stand-up, guys, because Mike just tried to stand up, and it exposed his back for a split second.
224.
Got a technical stand-up. You always got to face your opponent.
Here's some heavy breathing.
Oh, Matt Anderson's in on the Americana. And Mike uses it to almost bridge Matt over, and he does bridge Matt over. Excellent job by Mike Ritchie. But we've got Matt Anderson going for the bottom side arm triangle.
2 minutes. Ooh.
He needs to lock up a figure 4. Mike's doing a good job, though. He's put his weight back in the hips, and, yeah, he got that arm to the other side. Really nice recognition right there.
147.
Yeah, I was going to be so sad if there wasn't, like, a really cool takedown. Like, I'm so glad somebody got picked up. And now Mike's on top.
130.
Oh, man, Matt Anderson almost gets the butterfly sweep. So we got a minute 20-second left. We got Matt Anderson trying the butterfly sweep again. And I love that. He's doing like a modified butterfly sweep. You see how he's kind of using that bottom leg? So he's got one hook in. He tried to make it like a butterfly scissor sweep. No go, though. And now things are starting to look bad for Matt because Matt now is exhausted.
57 seconds.
That's the big issue. He's picked up Mike Ritchie now with his butterflies multiple times and then as well as the takedown. And you can see Mike isn't breathing hard at all.
Yeah,
and Matt's really starting to turn red.
40 seconds.
Yeah, and you're right, Kai. He was going for that shoulder lock hard, too. And so Matt's just trying to hold here.
Egghead wants more time. He wants to see a clear-cut winner. 18 seconds.
So we got 10 seconds. This match is probably going to end with Mike Ritchie on top of Matt Anderson's half guard. And
3, 2, 1.
Really good match right there. That was good.
All right. 4th draw of the night. Okay, so I need to go back and do the womp womps. Okay, I did Joel. All right, womp womp womp. Super chat from Whit Arnold. Womp womp womp. Super chat from Brandon Gamble. Womp womp womp. Super chat from Jessica Rye. And womp womp womp. Super chat from Egghead Warrior. Thanks, Egghead. We appreciate you matching that and issuing the challenge, getting that thing started. Again, guys, we're only at 120 viewers. Share this on your social media. We want to keep this thing going. So we were watching a production the other night. We were like 400 viewers. So we could do that. We could do 400. So, of course, they had been out a little bit longer than we have, several years. But we're going to work our way up.
Just know, all you guys that were with us in the beginning, you're going to come to the top of this.
That's right.
The top of the jiu-jitsu promotion game. So we've got Mario Gayor versus Kiahi. So we've got a little student versus master here.
Oh, yeah.
We've seen this once. We saw this with Elijah Carlton. He had his young protege, Blake Randall, and he managed to get an armbar. And Blake was happy. He was like, look, I just didn't want you getting 7 points off me.
Okay, so let's thank a couple of our sponsors here. So, again, Decatur Coca-Cola Bottling Company and Frank Troop. We appreciate all his Player of the Week goodies and a lot of the things that we're throwing out here. Monster Energy backpacks and bags. We really appreciate Frank. We appreciate Matt Viper and Eric Bell. So you guys make sure and support him like he's supporting us. Go to mattviper.com and order a rash guard or one of those dry fit T-shirts with the PGF logo.
So here we go. Let's see how this match goes. Yeah, Kiahi usually gets a very enthused slap of encouragement from Mario, but man, now he's standing across the mat from Mario. They slap bump. Here we go. We've got Mario in the black spats here. Kiahi with the arm tats. They're starting on their feet. So we got Michael Libby. I don't know who he's coaching. I'm going to guess if I was him, I would coach the teacher. Ooh, really nice throw to the back take. That was smooth. That 2-on-1, we call that the Zangief throw off the Russian. He's in on the back, and Mario's like, hey, I'm about to choke you. I'd be whispering in my student's ear right now, but hey, just open that neck up, big dog. You know what happens during training.
Yeah.
Kai finds a way to his turtle. Ooh, and we see Mario come off and go to the crucifix. He's got that one-arm choke in, and this is getting tight.
456.
So he's got one hand trapped. Mario doesn't quite have the squeeze like he wants. And, man, Kiahi survives. So Kiahi on his back, looking to put in frames. Kiahi already, though, should be happy. He survived the first 2 choke attempts. Nice pass.
427.
Looking to put in a quarter guard. He's barely got Mario's foot. Mario's got the head, though, and he's looking to put in that Darce. And, yeah, he's got the Darce. This is going to be a finish. Yeah, he gets him back on his side here, and he gets the tap. And there we go. The student shall not pass the teacher today.
Not today.
You shall still take my class on Mondays. That's what that was.
All right, so I think we've got about 5 minutes before the next match. They wanted a break because I think it's going to be Matt Anderson and Stephen Mitchell. So that's going to be another one of those physical mismatches like Mike Ritchie and Blake Randall. You know, you got a big guy and a slender guy.
Yeah, and Stephen, this has been a match he's kind of circled because he really wants to test himself against Matt Anderson because he recognizes Matt Anderson's got 50 pounds on him.
Yeah.
He's probably, honestly, 3 times stronger than Stephen. And so we're really going to see how far technical jiu-jitsu can take you against a dude that's, I mean, look, Matt Anderson's pretty skilled.
So what's
but he's still a white belt. He still makes some really poor decisions at times. So we're going to see how Stephen's technique handles Matt's strength, and you know he does have some technique.
So what's your game plan for Stephen? You're in the corner for Stephen, coaching him.
Okay, so if I've studied, and I'm Stephen's full-time coach.
Yes.
And I've studied Matt Anderson. It's easy. It's the leg locks. He's terrified. I've heard him say he's terrified of leg locks. Like his main focus is squatting, deadlifting. He needs his knees. So he's been tapping very quickly to leg locks. We've seen guys, even like Jonathan Roberts, really struggled to armbar Matt. He didn't arm lock Matt Anderson. Yeah. He had to go to the leg lock. Yeah. So the leg lock is definitely the answer. Now, I would tell Stephen to be careful with how soon he pulls, because if he just pulls immediately and Matt Anderson gets past his guard, that could be an issue. Yeah, it could be an issue. So I would really say stay on your feet for a minute, but I definitely wouldn't stay up there too long because we don't want to see what just happened to Mike Ritchie happen to the much taller Stephen, where he's getting lifted and then thrown by Matt Anderson.
Yeah.
That's where it really gets dangerous. You know, when you talk about big size differences like that is when, you know, Stephen gets elevated off the ground and now Matt Anderson's body weight's landing on his ribs. That's how a broken rib happens.
Yeah. Yeah. It's gonna be rough for Stephen. And if he does stand up for a little while, he's gonna be out muscled. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, so we'll see. And Stephen needs this match. I mean, Stephen, if he can get 3 points, he'll be tied with Josh D'Addario for the 9th place. Now Mario, that was a huge win for him because now he's at 37, so he's starting to pull away from that pack right there. And he actually just passed Jeremy Geiger, so now he's in 7th place and Jeremy Geiger's in 8th.
Okay, it's a new bubble watch.
Yeah, so a new bubble watch, and honestly, he's tied now with Noah. So there's 4 or 5 guys that are right there in the Eastern Conference for that 8th spot. But he's now looking like he's a pretty safe bet to make the playoffs.
Nice. Okay. Let's go. Wow, that was an amazing commercial.
Yeah, dude, Keelan is the best. I mean, Conscious Studios is going to run the jiu-jitsu world,
Yes.
the social media side or the media side of the jiu-jitsu world. He just does work that nobody else does. But we've got 13 matches left. I just counted 13 matches remaining. Still got a couple of fire matchups. We got Caleb McAllister versus Jeremy Geiger, as well as he's got a match against Moises. Blake Randall versus Joe Kai end our night. That'll be a really exciting matchup.
So I would imagine that they're going to be fast-paced, right?
Yeah.
But you never know. Nilo comes out all patient and calculating. How surprising would that be? Blake Randall and Joe just patiently pass each other.
Yeah, don't think so.
There's no flying triangles or anything like that. But yeah, only 4 draws so far. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 chokes.
Yeah, and looking at the remaining schedule, I mean, I could see Matt Anderson versus Steven ending in a draw. I could see Kanan Brooks versus Mike Ritchie ending in a draw. So I definitely think we're going to get 5, possibly more
Draws.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're probably going to be on that over side of things.
Okay.
How's your fantasy team doing?
I have 28 points.
I've got 28 points.
We're still tied. How are you guys doing on your fantasy league?
Yeah, does anybody have more than 28 points? Let us know if your fantasy team has more than 28 so far.
All right. So one of our sponsors is the Grappling Discourse podcast with Matt Scaff here. You guys make sure that you're tuning into those podcasts. He's doing competitor interviews. He's done interviews with Brandon, the commissioner. He's done an interview with Keelan, the video guy. He's done an interview with me, Michael Cantrell, Lonnie Jones, some of our sponsors. So, guys, check those out. They're really good. The content is awesome. Even Egghead was saying that, because he's talking about Seth needs a purple belt. He's like, Seth needs to go back and listen to Matt's purple belt episode.
You're right. He does. He does. Well, it's funny. So at 10th Planet Decatur, I really only... So if you come to Brandon's classes and my classes equally, then Brandon will promote you. Like, I would never. I only promote guys that, like, only come to my, like, they can only come to my classes, or if they're mainly taking private lessons with me, something like that. So
Yeah.
I'm not the guy to talk. Brandon's going to promote Seth. I'm going to
Right.
have zero say. I'm not going to tell Brandon what he should do with Seth. So.
Yeah, for sure. And you were teaching 2 classes, but the PGF took your class.
Yeah, I usually teach Mondays and Fridays, but now doing this. I'm here with you guys.
Right.
Which, look, I miss teaching on Friday nights, and Friday night teaching was one of my favorite things. So, but the PGF's been it's been a blast.
Yeah. I don't know. Okay, sure. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, Gayor versus Tatum is a
hang
great
on. We're
matchup coming
running.
up.
You want to run? Yeah.
What?
He's going to run a little video.
Oh, so
Wanted to take a second to say thank you so much for watching. Make sure you like and subscribe and ring the bell. Ring the bell.
Okay.
so yeah, Tatum versus Mario Gayor is a match that I'm looking forward to as well. I mean, Mario just looked amazing right there.
Yeah.
But it was his student, so he's gonna have his number a little bit.
Right,
but
they know each other's
Mario,
game.
man, he somebody said in the comments, he floats. He just is so technical. I want to see him and Steven have another match, like just a no time limit match.
Yeah.
That was still one of my favorite matches.
So the
of
tournament
season.
is going to be no time
Yes.
limit, right?
But Steven's on the outside looking in, and he needs a win right here. So we got Steven Mitchell. You guys already know the Manderson. He's the Viking, and we got Steven Mitchell, the Gray Goose, giving up 50 pounds here. And Steven's standing on his feet. So we'll see if Steven takes any of my advice that I gave to him without him hearing.
He might have been listening backstage.
Oh, he could have been listening backstage. That's a good point.
5:45.
So Steven really needs to be careful about letting Matt get control of his head. He does not want Matt getting getting a double collar tie right there and really hanging, because if Matt can start hanging his weight on Steven, it's going to definitely affect Steven's performance for the rest of the match. Yeah, look at that. You see how he just grabs that head with his right hand? You can see it's visibly difficult for Steven to get that hand off.
5:08.
Head to head here. Steven's had a couple of really nice takedowns. He's really been putting a big emphasis on takedowns in his training, and I think it's definitely made him a better grappler. Brandon's telling him to watch his footwork, and I agree. You see Steven now, he's starting to be on those heels. I'm going to say it again. When you guys go back and watch this, or you guys listening right now, there are so many opportunities for double legs because so many guys are on their heels. They're just backing up. If Matt would have just drove through right there, he would have for sure got the takedown because Steven's walking on his heels. He's backpedaling. Do a quick snap down, do a quick fake, and take the shot.
4:18.
Oh, Matt's in. He's got one leg. He's looking to elevate. Steven needs to be careful here. Oh, this is bad. Nice takedown. Steven needs to clear that bottom hook. And Steven does a good job forcing Matt off of the back, and Matt's in this no man's land where he's looking to get up into mount, and Steven does a great job getting his butterfly hook. And this is where Steven wants to be. And Steven's very difficult to leg lock. So I'm really glad to see Steven not get hurt off of it, especially when you see a guy get that rear body lock position where he can suplex. And definitely Matt Anderson.
Could have.
You see Matt looking to wrap up that straight ankle lock. He's in on the straight ankle. Oh, and that was deeper than Steven wanted it to be. You saw him take a deep breath right there. He just blew it out.
3:12.
And so Matt's definitely tired right now. He thought he had that straight ankle lock, and he probably put a lot of energy, or most of his remaining energy, into that straight ankle lock. It looked nasty for a second, but Steven does a good job, clears it off, and now he's standing back up. But I don't think this is the place, or this is where Steven's going to beat Matt. It's going to be from his guard.
2:48. Oh, hands on hips. I think he's still tired from that Mike Ritchie match.
Oh, definitely. Definitely.
2:33.
I mean, when you're really into that heavy weightlifting, your cardio, especially for periods of time, is not going to be the best.
Yeah.
So he's more that short burst. I mean, we see Matt Anderson in short bursts. He can get out of almost any submission. He can just posture out.
2:15.
I'd really like to see Steven dive in on a leg here. He's wasting a lot of time on his feet, and we haven't seen Steven try a takedown. That's where sometimes I tell a guy, if you haven't tried a takedown. Oh, he's in on the leg. He's won the angle. Matt clears the knee line. Nice job by both guys, and Steven finds his guard. But this is where I think Steven's going to do his best work. That was already a really close attack. He needs to be careful of that straight ankle lock. He needs to use those butterfly hooks to elevate, and then he needs to change an angle and go right back to that Ashigarami. And we see him. He's winning the inside positions. He's got 1:30 left. Ooh. And he gets the tap. Man, Matt Anderson's got a vicious straight ankle lock. Man, a vicious straight ankle lock. And that right there is like the hamstring strength.
Matt Anderson walks away going, so tired.
Yeah, I mean,
I bet.
that was all horsepower right there.
Yeah.
That was all horsepower.
All right.
And a lot of that was just that hamstring strength. I mean, you saw Steven try to clear that foot, but just, dude, Matt Anderson's so strong. He gets that bite. And Steven left his leg in a little too long on that knee shield.
Yeah. All right, so it looks like Kanan Brooks and Mike Ritchie. But I see Caleb out here, so we might be doing Caleb McAllister and Jeremy Geiger. I'm not sure.
No, we'll do Kanan and Mike. I think that's the next match. They always come out here. He's warming up.
They're on deck then.
Yes.
Gotcha.
Yeah, that last match, I mean, Matt Anderson is a tough competitor. That was a good leg lock right there. He got a much deeper bite the second time around. So you saw Steven left his leg in a little too he just left his leg in a little too deep off of that knee shield.
Yeah.
Matt got a really good bite. And since it was off the knee shield, Steven had to go much further. He couldn't clear the hip right away. And Matt got a good bite. And again, with how strong Matt's legs are, he's curling in, biting in aggressively. Steven just couldn't get that foot off. And, man, again, you got to tap. I mean, Matt's got the power to break your shin.
Dude.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, the first one looked really deep. And he's starting to go belly down with it, and you saw Steven's foot starting to get torqued a little bit.
Kanan Brooks.
All right. Kanan Brooks and Mike Ritchie. This is going to be interesting.
Manscaped Mike Ritchie.
I mean, yeah. I mean, if Purple Belt Kanan shows up, it's going to be a tough match for Mike. I mean, I've loved Kanan's performance the past few matches, but Mike's is game time as it gets. He pulls guard, and here we go. This is the battle I knew we were going to see. Kanan's going to try and elevate and get in on the legs. He's already got the underhook like he likes. Mike, though, doing a good job. He's trying to rope pass right here. He's got that rope in. Kanan's really good at this inversion, though. Mike needs to be very careful of Kanan coming underneath. But Mike, man, this has been his move. The guillotine from the half guard.
So he's just going to fall back and finish it, or is he going to
No, he's been finishing on top. He's just been grabbing the head, sprawling his hip out, getting hip to hip, and then finishing.
So what do you prefer from Mount, a naked guillotine or an arm-in guillotine?
Both. It just depends. I'll take either one.
Ooh, his knees
Kanan's in on the electric chair.
Ooh.
He's going to turn this electric chair into a leg lock. Oh, he needs to be careful of his neck right here. Mike's in. Kanan, though, does a great job. Backwards roll. Oh, Mike does a... And now Kanan's in on the leg lock. This is where he wanted to be.
Mike's not.
Oh, this is deep. He's going to get the tap.
Oh, a knee bar.
That's a tight knee bar.
Okay.
Oh,
He got the knee out. 425.
Mike's in on the head and arm. This is deep. He needs to get Kanan shoulder flat. Kanan doing a good job of building base, and Mike's going to have to turn it into a back take. Nice job by Mike Ritchie. But Kanan, if Kanan went flat to his back there, he was going to be in trouble. Kanan knew he built his base up, went to turtle, and now he's defending the back. Really good job by Kanan not getting stuck in that arm triangle.
352.
And we haven't seen Mike on the back too much. We've seen Mike really put a lot of pressure on guys on top, on the top positions. But, yeah, you see his back game is not quite as good as his half guard game. So really good job. And now Kanan's on top.
330.
So Kanan's turning it into a twister pass. looking for that back step.
Wow.
Fakes the back step, goes to mount, but man, Mike grabs the wrist and just gets the sweep. Yeah.
That's good. So clock stopped at 3:17, and we will restart.
Yeah, so they're starting back in close guard. Yeah, I guess it was close guard because Kanan was going to mount. I thought Mike had cheated that restart a little bit, but good restart right there. Kanan's got that hand in position to throw up a possible rubber guard attempt. He could throw right up into that meat hook.
3 minutes.
Trying to get wrist and head control. He needs to be careful with sloppily, like, kind of popping his
Throwing
hips
it
up
up
like
there.
that. Yeah, because he doesn't want Mike getting back on top. I mean, Mike's had a couple of good offensive movements, and he needs to be careful of letting Mike into that inside space. But it looks like Mike's really wore down. It looks like Mike and Matt
2:30.
neutralized each other's strengths. I mean, Mike is looking less explosive by the second.
All right, Kanan as well. $2:08.
Really nice job by Mike Ritchie.
I don't like him leaving his leg out like that.
Yeah. That knee bar attempt was really tight by Kanan. I need to see a better angle of why he didn't finish, but he's in on it again. Yeah, and that inside heel hook's going to be the one. He's got to go for that inside. Mike clearing the knee line, though, and a great job by Mike Ritchie.
137.
Clears the knee line. We got 1:30 left. And this is where I would tell Kanan, like, you got to go for broke here. You got Mike. He's tired. He looks for that reverse entry. Mike does a great job, though. You saw he just stuck his foot to the ground so Kanan couldn't get that reverse entry, and now he's on top of the butter half.
110.
Kanan, 2-on-1 wrist control here. I would like to see Kanan try and force a couple of more leg lock exchanges because Mike, we can see, again, he's visibly exhausted. He's not going to have that same strength and power on his submissions. And so Kanan could really run some offensive movements this last minute, and he could possibly get that tap. But Mike has looked really good in the leg lock exchanges. Besides that tight knee bar, I mean, that last leg defense was spot on. It was perfect.
35 seconds. Kanan still got 2 more matches to go.
Really? Okay.
It's going to go against Moises and Joe Kai.
Ooh, we see a rubber guard attempt here, but Kanan's flat on his back. Yeah, now he's starting to get off on his side. He's got the omoplata. He needs to use it to sweep. He's got the hip. He needs to sit up. Oh.
8 seconds.
8 seconds. I like that attempt, though, by Kanan. Tries to use the omoplata to get into the legs. Mike surfs, and, yeah, Mike's exhausted. Good match from both guys. I mean, Mike Ritchie's probably the hardest guy to submit. Like, white belt, one of the hardest white belts to submit in the entire world.
Strong, game time player.
And moves.
Yeah,
He's so naturally, like, his body moves so smart naturally.
Yeah.
Like, he just naturally goes with stuff. He's one of the guys that naturally floats butterflies.
Yeah, he was scaring me a little bit, letting Kanan grab on his feet, and like he kind of left his knee inside just a little bit too long for my comfort. But he looked relaxed and was able to escape.
So here we go. This is a big match for you because we got Caleb McAllister versus Jeremy Geiger.
Okay,
You need a choke here.
I do. Come on, Caleb. Egghead, you're only 11 hours away. Come on. Come see us. All right. Thank you to a couple more of our sponsors, Physical Therapy and Balance Center, and Jeff Keith and his team. We really appreciate his help with the combine. and for supporting our Player of the Week with a gift card. We really appreciate Jeff Keith. Also, thank you to Wallow J and the McDojo Life podcast. Guys, make sure you're tuning in to their podcast where they pick their fantasy league picks each week. It comes on right before the PGF. Definitely tune in. They have a blast. I'm sure you'll have fun watching them.
Yeah, I do. Every week, I'm telling you, they're the guys that got me into fantasy. Love listening to them. Today, I was listening to them. I didn't do any research before this fantasy, so I was kind of cheat off Wallow and his crew a little bit. We went different picks, so don't worry, Wallow.
Okay.
But
Right.
it's a good podcast.
Yeah. All right. And NoGiHelper.com. This is Brandon's online free course on how to stop getting crushed from the bottom. He goes over frames. If you need a refresher or, you're teaching a beginner class or just refreshing your escaping mount. Check it out. NoGiHelper.com. NOGI, no dash, NoGiHelper.com.
Caleb McAllister.
All right, so we got Caleb McAllister coming out, the black belt from Virginia, under the Pedro Sauer lineage. He and Elijah, two only undefeated guys. We got one of our undefeated studs, Caleb in the orange, black shorts. We got Jeremy also in the orange and black shorts.
Caleb with the curly hair.
The curly hair. Jeremy's bald. Jeremy not biting on those fakes. Jeremy looking laser focused. He knows this is his world. I'm interested to see how Caleb's wrestling looks against Jeremy's. Nice. Nice fake right there.
They're having fun.
Yeah, you see Caleb laughing right there. He kind of lost that first exchange. Oh, really nice. Uses that judo throw to get in on the front head. Jeremy needs the posture. Caleb, though, going to the Kimura trap. He's got one hook in, and he's getting ready to put the other. Now he's into the truck. He's got the single hook. Caleb, excellent job.
5 minutes.
And he gets the tap. There we go. 7 more points.
Nice. Good job, Caleb. Okay. I'm now back on top, Scaff.
There's just a clear difference. When Caleb and Elijah get out here, you can really see the technical difference between them and everybody else.
Yeah.
There's a couple of other guys right at the top with them, but the variety that Elijah and Caleb have to finish their opponents, nobody else can match. I mean, Caleb, we've seen him, whether it's reverse triangles, whether it's north-south chokes, back takes, leg locks. Like, he's shown an arsenal. And the arsenal all looks the same level.
Right.
Same thing with Elijah. His attacks all look the same level. We see some of these other guys, they've got 1 or 2 or 3 really good attacks, but then some of the other stuff they throw isn't that same caliber.
Okay, so do you think that just comes with years of experience, mat time, that kind of thing? Or, so which would you prefer to have, a one weapon? Like, I kill everybody with RNCs, like one weapon, or you have this whole hand of cards that
the hand of cards all day. And you think about guys like Gary Tonin, Gordon Ryan, we see that at the top level, especially now. I think in the past, the jiu-jitsu wasn't as evolved as it is now. I mean, jiu-jitsu in the past 10 years has evolved. I mean, MMA and jiu-jitsu has evolved more than maybe any sport, probably more than any sport, because it's really starting to become mainstream. More and more people are starting to do it. And it's kind of getting past it. Is like the top level guys, they do it all. Caleb and Elijah, they do it all.
Yeah.
They pass, they wrestle, they've got guards, they can do every aspect of grappling.
Do you think you can be a high-level competitor with just one weapon? I think because people will strategize their defense.
But then you're going to be more of a point player. So you do see that a lot with the point players, is they prioritize the positional aspect. And then their submission games, because they don't spend as much time working on their submissions, you see that, hey, they've got 1 or 2 submissions they really go for, but for the most part, they're a takedown, guard passer, guard sweeping,
Yeah.
Sweeping from their guard to get their points. But these no-gi sub-only guys, they're bad dudes, man. And they're bad dudes from a lot of different areas.
Yeah. It's interesting.
Because a lot of jiu-jitsu guys could beat Jeremy Geiger by, sitting to their butt. But we saw Caleb he was losing the wrestling exchange, changes it to the throw, forces Jeremy to post hands on the mat, changes that throw into the front headlock, and from the front headlock, throws in the Kimura trap, takes the back off the single hook, and gets the face crush to choke. I mean, yeah, Caleb's a killer, man. Caleb's a killer. I'm so glad he jumped in last second.
Oh, me too, yeah. So much more exciting.
And he's still got a match against Moises coming up.
Yeah, okay, here. So next we should have Michael Libby and Robert Autry.
What?
Michael Libby and Robert Autry.
I believe this is Michael Libby's last match of the season. It is. And so I'm not going to lie. I love Robert. He's trained up here at Decatur for a bit, but this is Libby's last match. I'm kind of rooting for him to pull off that last win, to leave here before he goes back on that 6-hour drive.
Yeah, it'll be tough.
Oh, it's definitely going to be tough. Robert's a game-time player. And look, I've already campaigned for Robert to get his blue belt. So we got Robert in the blue rash guard. He pulls guard, looking for the De La Rivas. And we got Michael Libby falling back on a leg. They switch positions, and now Robert's on top looking to pass. Ooh, Libby's already into an attacking position. He's almost got that triangle. I would like to see him. I wish he would have kept inverting, going for that rear triangle right there. But he gets to one of his main positions. One of his main weapons is that rubber guard. He's got the size advantage on Robert, which makes it that much more dangerous. Whenever you've got long legs and you're bigger than your opponent, you can really get some good rubber guard attacks going.
506.
So in on the meat hook, looking to clear. Oh, I love that omoplata switch to the leg lock. He's got the left arm deep. He needs to get his leg positioning right. He needs to change his leg positioning.
440.
Nice job overhooking the outside leg by Robert. It looks like he's looking to let it go. He lets it go, and now they're back on their feet.
425.
We see Robert pull off of the aggressive collar tie. Michael's on top, looking to rope pass. Nice rope pass. But Robert's been very difficult to pass. He's got both knees in. And they change position. That's the big danger for going for leg locks, especially in space, is you can give up position. You go from the top to the bottom. We've seen that twice now from Michael. Robert's on top in the north-south position.
345.
We'll see. Robert was here for the north-south month. Let's see if he got a north-south. We see Michael cheekily shake his finger.
Yeah.
And now he's in the north-south position. He goes to the Russian cowboy. He's got options now on both legs.
320.
He needs to get control of one. Get a deep hook. He chooses the left leg. He's in on a straight ankle lock. Robert does a great job, though, of getting his hip up to take some of that pressure off, and now Michael's in on the outside Ashigarami. I would like to see Michael go inverted here to try and change the angle of attack.
253.
They're in the 50-50 now. This is going to be a much better braking position. You see Michael shaking his head again. Robert needs to be careful here, leaving that foot exposed.
234.
gets the. Oh, I thought he tapped.
He slipped.
I thought that slap was a tap.
216.
But they keep going. Ooh, that's a much deeper bite, and he gets the tap. Nice work by Michael Libby. He's going to end the season with 3 points, or a 3-point tap. He's got more than 3 points. So there we go.
That just gave me 3 more points.
Oh, dang.
All right, so Blake Randall and Moises are next. So there's a discussion in the chat going on about whether Elijah should shave his mustache.
Dude, what are you talking about?
So Egghead he says he's going to start a GoFundMe to get Elijah a
No,
razor.
Dude, Elijah, if anybody should wear a mustache, it's Elijah.
I think
he pulls it off.
The smooth shave and the mustache.
I think he pulls off both.
Yeah.
He's one of the rare guys, like, he pulls off a mustache.
Keelan, can you pull off a mustache like that, like the Colonel Sanders?
I don't know. I got to see it. It's one of those things. You can't just say that I can pull a mustache off.
Chuck's got it. He's pulling it off.
Yeah, Chuck can.
Yeah.
Chuck's mustache looks great.
We were commenting on your mustache. Yeah,
Yeah.
Would you keep the beard? Would you shave the beard and just keep the mustache? No. I think you'd look cool. You look like one of those villains that's going to tie a damsel to the railroad tracks.
Unless I was joining a team with mustache people.
I don't
Okay.
know. It looks like it probably looks like you're about to start like a vegan CrossFit or something.
Vegan CrossFit. Okay, so who would win? The meat diet, the carnivore CrossFits, or the vegan CrossFits? I don't know. There is a
my
vegan
God.
UFC fighter, isn't there?
I'm sure
I
there
can't
is.
remember what
he's
his name
probably
was.
he's probably in the bottom tier. He's definitely not ranked.
You gotta have meat in your diet to be get those gains.
I
Get them
mean-
gains, bro.
I'm not saying that.
Randall.
You're trying to
You're
get
biased. You're
Yeah.
biased because you're on an all meat diet right now.
meat.
Moises Carrasco.
So now Moises' next match is with the student. So his last match he got toe hold by Elijah Carlton. Now he's got Elijah's student Blake Randall in the blue shorts. So here we go. Ooh, Moises coming out much more aggressive. It's interesting when you see these guys when they've got size on an opponent, you see them come out much more aggressive.
Confident.
Yeah. I think this is an underrated match. I think this could be one of our matches of the night. Blake Randall, he had a tough match against Mike Ritchie. He's not giving up as much weight here. He's still probably giving up 35, 40 pounds, but
And he's not tired.
yeah. Ooh, a
Ooh.
nice crotch kick.
God.
I'm going to start entering Ashi like that.
Oh, did you hear how Moises did on his MMA fight? I didn't hear.
Nope, did not. So we got Blake Randall now in the butterfly guard.
No camera. We don't have a camera. It says wrong camera.
Ooh, nice M1 attempt right there. Moises gets the guard pass. He's looking for the toe hold. Nice spin. Man, Moises going for that real nice toe hold. Ooh, he needs to be careful of his own foot, though. Blake going aggressively after Moises' taped foot. But now Moises has defended the threat, and off of that toe hold, he's got a good Darce setup coming.
Good to go now.
Yeah, he needs to be careful. This is Moises' world. He loves those chokes. If that right arm
425.
starts weaving in, he needs to be careful. Good inversion by Blake. But you see that right hand, how it stops those inversions. And, oh, Moises locked that Darce up, and that's deep. He's going to get the tap. Starts going to a side right here.
It's going under.
Look at the positioning from Moises. That's beautiful.
355.
He's going to pull him out, and this is tight.
Ooh,
I can't believe he hasn't tapped yet.
I can't either. Oh, he slipped out.
And he slips out. I have no
I don't
idea how he
either.
survived
No.
that. One of the defensive moments of the PGF season.
Whoa.
I had written him off. Excellent job. Blake Randall remaining calm right there. And Moises goes to the mount. Feels he's not getting it. Let's go. And now he's attacking from the top of mount.
319.
Yeah, this is what Moises wants. You see how he went off into the neon belly? He's looking again for that choke. He knows that choke's going to be available if Blake starts to come up on his side.
302.
Really nice leg work right here. I would like to see him switch that to a inside heel hook. Moises slips the foot. There's no ankle lock now.
238.
Yeah, you're gonna have to turn that. You're gonna have to turn that into an inside heel hook. Going for the toe hold. Ooh, we see it pop out, but man.
224. Ooh, ow.
See a toe hold battle. We're at 215. Elijah tells Blake to pull guard, and I think that's a smart move for the young kid. Nice inversion. He needs that
Underneath.
inside the heel hook right here. He's in the
2 minutes.
50-50. He needs to bite the heel hook.
Oh, he needs to straighten that bottom leg.
Yeah, if he straightens that bottom leg, he'll be able to recollect the knee bar, or excuse me, recollect the knee line. Nice swamp rock right there.
138.
Now Moises is in on his own leg. We saw him finish one last night.
Keep that knee outside.
Aggressive reap right there.
122.
What's saving Blake is he's got his leg in there. Since he got both legs, it saved him. It gave him just enough space for that knee to rotate so where the break couldn't happen on that outside heel hook.
108.
Man, what a war these guys are going at it. There's 1 minute and 8 seconds left. There's 1 minute. We see another aggressive knee reap.
Knee is collected. Oh, gosh.
We see outside them exchanging outside heel hooks, but you see how he's got both legs in. It's going to stop the breaking pressure.
35 seconds. Ooh. Ooh, 25
Yeah,
seconds.
Moises doesn't quite have the heel like he wants it, and now Blake's in on a heel of his own. He's looking for a heel hook on his own. Oh, an aggressive toe hold.
13 seconds.
Man, these guys have breaking intentions.
5.
And really nice
Ooh.
match. Wow.
I'm so stressed out.
Dude, match of the night. There was breaking intention on those leg locks.
They would go for the toe hold and it would end up slapping. Oh, and I was like, oh no. It's very scary.
Dude,
I was
he
so
was going,
stressed
yeah.
out.
He went for that toe hold hard, and when it slipped, it hit
And
it hit
slapped.
his chest. It sounded like a slap.
Yeah. All right. Let's see who's next. Kevin and Kiai.
Whoa. I'm sweating a little bit. That was one of those where, like, you just let the action speak for itself.
Yeah. Dude. Nice cardio, nice intensity. I love it. It was great.
Kevin, yeah.
So we got Kevin Primo stepping back up against Kiahi. Kevin Man, he's coming off of a hard-fought draw against Jonathan Roberts. Man, we've had some matches. This might be the best night, the most exciting night of the PGF. There's been 3 or 4 matches that have just been fire.
So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 draws. Okay, so we were wrong.
There we go.
I think you probably miscalculated the draws because I chose the same amount as you. So normally when we disagree, you're usually right. You are the prophet.
I appreciate that. I appreciate you trying to look out for my futuristic ability.
Yeah.
My futuristic predictions, I should say. But here we go. We got Kevin versus Kiahi.
All right.
So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We've got 7 matches left, guys. And Moises still has a match against Caleb McAllister. So you got to wonder how compromised he is right now. This is Kevin's last match of the night. He would really like to finish with 7. So Kevin's definitely thinking choke. Oh, we see Kiahi he wasn't winning the grip exchange. Kevin used that pull to just immediately pass the guard. And Kevin, man, he's going to go right for it.
That compressor?
Yeah, he's going for that chest compression. But he doesn't have the near side hand. You need that near side hand shelved. Kevin floating, looking for the back. He's trying to put in a seatbelt here. I would like to see Kevin get wrist control. There we go. And we see that wrist control. Now he's got the arm in. This is going to be very difficult for Kiahi to defend.
5-13.
Yeah, he's got that one-arm choke, and he's going to get that finish. He's in tight, and he gets the tap. So there we go. Kevin Primo in 14 points.
Good job, Kevin. I'm still beating you. Yeah, so we are at 111 viewers. Guys, make sure and share this on your social media. Let's get those numbers up. Also, give to that super chat.
Oh, you're beating me by 3.
I am beating you by 3. Somebody get that commish a Coke Zero.
So there we go. Kevin on my fantasy team, he finished the night with 14 points. I knew him and
That's a good
Jonathan was a
pick.
toss-up. Like, it was going to be a really, really good match.
Yeah.
I was wondering if Kevin's pace was going to be able to push past Jonathan.
Mm-hmm.
And Jonathan, man, who knows what the best match of the night was. Because that Blake Randall match,
Yeah.
Blake versus Moises match was
Intense.
maybe match of the season.
Yeah. You know it's good when I don't call out the time because I'm staring at the match and I forget
Yeah.
about the time altogether. And I'm like, oh, sorry, guys. All right. So who did this go to? So I said the next heel hook, right? I think it went to Elijah.
No, we did that
After?
Elijah got the game.
So, well, that was a straight ankle. Matt Anderson had a straight ankle.
We haven't seen
so
any heel hooks.
what did Michael Libby have?
Oh, yeah, he did. Michael Libby. So he's
Yeah.
leaving here with the bag. Yeah.
All right.
There you go,
Hopefully
the
he
inside
hasn't
heel
left
hook.
yet.
He got the finish from 50-50.
So I'm writing that down. Libby bag.
So I've got 35 points on my fantasy team. You guys, Lindsay's got 38, so she's up on 3 right now, but we still have 6 matches left. I've got a few of my guys still to go, and Lindsay does as well. So we'll see who ends up winning our little competition. And then let us know. Do any of you guys, are any of you guys killing it? Do any of you guys have more than 40 points? Let us know in the comments.
Oh, so yeah, they're saying that the viewership is not up because our stars that have all the viewers, like Scarecrow of Doom, is not here.
That's a good point,
and
man. Scarecrow's got a following.
Yeah, he
Scarecrow's got a
does.
deep following.
And the main,
He's got a following, too.
yeah. So that means that you guys have to work extra hard and share. All right, so only a few matches left. How many did you say? 7?
We got 6 matches
6.
left.
Okay.
Nope, 7. We got 7 matches.
So Kai Johnson says, I think I still have 40 points from week 1. Oh, so like the highest points total for a week. Is that what you're saying, Kai? So
No. I'm talking about this week.
Yeah.
How many points you got this week?
Yeah. So Scaff has 35. I have 38.
Oh, yeah, dude. Kai, I've crushed. I think last week I had like 58 points.
Yeah, he picked Kevin.
I got Kevin. I got 28 just from Kevin.
Kevin had makeup matches. So.
Yeah, Kevin got me 14 again tonight.
Kevin's a good pick. Okay, yeah.
Wait, he's going again?
Right now?
Like right now?
What about? Oh.
Oh, I didn't see that. I didn't see that. So
Yeah.
we got 8 matches left. Excuse me.
Okay, so Kanan and Moises.
Hey, Sierra, can you give me a sugar-free Powerade? Should be at the bottom.
Okay, so you get to pick this time. So this is a Powerade wireless charger from Decatur Coca-Cola Bottling Company. So who does this go to?
Let's do it for the guy that does the next takedown.
That's a good one. The next takedown.
So the next takedown will get this wireless charger. So Kevin Primo now is in at, he's got 76 points. Man, Kevin's had a good season. So other than being choked by Elijah, he's got a draw with Caleb and a draw with Jonathan.
Yeah. So like I was saying, you know, we felt sorry for Kevin in the beginning. Like all of his people weren't showing up. Like one night he showed up and none of his competitors showed up. And actually that happened did that happen twice?
Yeah.
Not everybody, not all of his competitors.
It happened twice.
But
No, it did
all
happen
of his
twice,
competitors.
yes.
And so, yeah,
It
we
happened the
were
first 2
feeling
weeks.
a little bit sorry for Kevin in the beginning, but now I don't feel sorry for Kevin anymore.
Yeah, he was supposed to face Ridge and Hodger the same weekend. They both dropped. Yep.
Yeah. Yeah. So Kevin's killing it.
Kai, it's definitely the Powerade, dude. I haven't had a soda in I was going to say since the Bush administration, you know. People always use the presidential. Is that still a thing that people still use?
I don't know. But you haven't had caffeine in, 2 months?
No, I haven't had caffeine. Well, I've had caffeine twice in the past since February. 2 consecutive days. It kept me up all night. Stopped.
Oh, yeah. From that pre-workout.
Yeah. So here we go. We got Kanan versus Moises. And Moises is a gangster, man.
Yeah.
He's got his foot taped again. And we could see another vicious leg lock battle here. We got Kanan Brooks in the blue versus Moises in the orange. Head-to-head here. We've seen Kanan, I was going to say, we've seen Kanan kind of look to get an inside position and set. See him sit guard here, and Moises is on top, and he needs to be very careful of the chokes. I mean, Blake Randall, I don't know how he survived that Darce choke.
.526.
Moises slowing the pace down. I think that's smart, especially after that war he just had with Blake Randall. He's coming in. measuring Kanan here, not overextending himself. Kanan looking to get that butterfly hook, looking to get an elevation. Nice inversion right there. Excellent job by Kanan.
456.
Moises is in on the front headlock here, and Moises has a multitude of chokes, and Kanan goes with it, though. Interesting. Kanan, like, barrel rolls out of it. It looks like Moises was possibly thinking about setting up another Peruvian necktie. Exactly. Nice job. You know what's up.
432.
Jumping guillotine attempt. Moises uses it to pass the guard. In on knee on belly, and this is where Moises does his best attacks. Kanan needs to be disciplined with reaching here. If he reaches to... Ooh, nice leg attempt.
4 minutes.
Nice inversion into the leg attempt by Kanan Brooks. Ooh, nice trip. He's in now on the front headlock. Oh, really sloppy right there by Kanan. I would have liked to seen Kanan attack the front headlock. He was going for the flash, and now he's now he's on bottom.
330.
Especially since Moises is coming off of a couple of matches, I would have liked to seen Kanan put some pressure on him in that front headlock. But you got to wonder again how much Moises has. He definitely doesn't have the same push as he was using in that Blake Randall match.
Kanan looked kind of tired in his last match too. And he's still got another one, I think.
Yeah, he's got Joe Kai.
3 minutes.
You can hear guys gasp. Whenever Moises goes to that knee on belly, guys are making loud gasps. He must be very heavy in that position.
Didn't he do that to Steven?
Yes, he did.
Like that.
Oh, we've got a Garmin guillotine attempt. This is looking deep. I think he's going to get it, and he gets the tap. There we go. And Moises is in at 7 points. So Moises has... Wait, did he get another tap today? He's had so many matches. I know he has 3 last night. Yeah, I don't think so. I think that's his 3. And then he's got one more match against Caleb McAllister.
Oh, give me another charger. Robert Autry came by and got his prize from the other day. All right, X takedown. Powerade wireless charger.
We almost saw it right there. Kanan Brooks got a real nice trip into the front headlock, but man.
Yeah. So Egghead saying that Moises has 10 total, but that's 3 from
last night.
Last night.
Mm-hmm. Man, big mistake right there by Kanan, though. Kanan
falling off.
Yeah, falling off that front headlock. There's 3 minutes left in the match, and he could have really started dictating. He had a lot of time to work from that position. And went for that big move, went for the glory, and he ended up paying for it.
Yeah. I'm sure he knew as soon as he did it. All right, another one of our sponsors, Lonnie Jones, Grappling with Life, Controlling Your Inside Space. Guys, check this book out. Lonnie is an amazing speaker, an amazing writer. He is an artist. He does all kinds of things. He works with the Huntsville SWAT team.
Definitely check out my interview with Lonnie on the Grappling Discourse. I'm telling you, you will find a lot of value from that interview. We talk a lot about his work training police officers, his work as a counselor. We talk about mental health. We talk about grappling. So there's a lot of different topics. It's an hour and 15 minutes. You guys will really, really like it.
Thank you, Egghead. Egghead just posted the link for that book on Amazon. Guys, check that out. Yeah, he's a hunter. He hunts deer. He also, like, didn't you guys go and do fishing?
We did bow fishing.
Bow fishing.
So, yeah, he took us out. If you guys haven't checked out Brandon's YouTube series or YouTube TV show.
Not the BMAC show.
Yeah, it's pretty awesome. But there is an episode where we all go out on a boat and we try and shoot some fish. And
With
that
arrows.
was so much fun. I cannot tell you how much fun that was. It's definitely something I would, like, if he asked me to do it again, 100% down. So here we go. We got Clay Malone, his first and only match tonight. He's got Mike Ritchie, Manscaped Mike. Mike's looked really good tonight.
He has.
Probably time for Mike to get that blue belt, too.
Is Mike going to get the takedown?
Mike's tired. Mike's visibly, and that's the thing with him and Matt Anderson. The gas tank only goes so far.
Mm-hmm.
But what's really nice about Mike is he can play this style. He can grapple, calm, controlled. Where Matt Anderson's, he's more of a, no, he's all in or he's either got it or he doesn't. And Matt Anderson used the last of his reserve against Steven, I think.
It's kind of interesting to watch because, Clay has that open chest posture on his stand-up, and Mike's kind of playing that too. He's not real intimidated. Clay's grabbing wrists.
Yeah, you see Clay's definitely being the aggressor, but he's not really doing anything.
Right. 442.
You see Mike now starting to get a little more aggressive here.
Mm-hmm. .415.
See, I don't know why Clay just doesn't shoot right here. I mean, Mike's inviting him to shoot.
Four minutes.
So Clay tries to shoot, but you see he tried to shoot from when he is backing up. So you saw he just got stopped by Mike because he didn't have the drive. He should have shot earlier, especially when Mike was kind of just standing there with his hands at his
hands down.
Hands at his hips. But he ends up in the closed guard. He's in the closed guard. Mike trying to posture.
.315.
Mike's a tough amateur MMA fighter. I mean, he really is, because when he gets in these positions, he's so hard to move. He's so calm. He does a good job of winning posture. He's got a bright MMA future. Especially if Mike was about 5 years younger, he could really make some noise, I think. Professionally, especially. Like, he could definitely still do well.
Yeah.
But
240.
I just really like his grappling for MMA. Like these positions. You see, look at his base right here. Imagine Mike now is throwing strikes on top of you.
Ooh.
Like he just gets himself and puts himself in good positions to throw strikes. Nice sweep attempt up there by Clay, but that's what Mike does. He just always finds a way to find his base, even when it seems like it's a little too late. There's so many times I'm rolling with Mike where I feel like I've got the sweep and he's almost over, but then he just finds a way to extend an elbow, extend a knee, extend a foot, and you're just frustrated because you've almost got this big, strong guy flat-backed, and he finds a way to stay on his feet.
155.
So we got a minute 50 left. Really not a lot of action. We've seen really one takedown attempt, and 1 sweep attempt. Mike's really, it looks like he's kind of content to just kind of stay in the closed guard. He's not really making an effort to pass.
130.
And there's another example. Almost
Not
hip
going
bump
down.
sweep, and he just doesn't go down.
I think that's a mindset, too. Like, I'm not going to go to the bottom.
You're 100% right. It is a mindset.
105.
Ooh. And Clay pops the triangle. Clay didn't get the angle change like he needed to, and Mike just stands up and passes, bully passes off the stand-up.
Okay. All right. Oh, I would have liked to see him hang on to that guillotine, that chin
It's
strap.
45 seconds. Clay definitely looks like the fresher of the fighters.
27 seconds.
Man, Clay had a great triangle attempt. He just didn't change his angle. And you saw it because he didn't change his angle. Mike was allowed to, Mike just stood up. He just postured up and just throws Clay down. There's 13
12
seconds. 10 seconds. And Mike's exhausted.
Yeah. He's like, I'm not going down, though.
Even when Mike's exhausted, you can tell Mike had like no energy,
He's like,
and
I'm still not going down.
just like he's like, I'm not going to my butt. I'm not going to my back.
Yeah.
So that's what happens when you put Manderson with Manscaped Mike. Both guys are completely drained.
I wonder if we should have waited till the end of the night to do
Yeah, that should have been like the last match of the season.
Yeah. All right, Mario and Seth. Coming up next.
This is another underrated match that could easily be a war and end up as match of the night. Mario's definitely got the leg lock advantage. Seth's got the length, the size, and I think the choke advantage.
Okay.
So we'll see. This is a really fascinating match because I could see either guy winning in under 2 minutes.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know who's.
I mean, we saw Seth's last match. He didn't defend legs, again, as well as, especially like, hey, Seth should be a purple belt. Like, he still doesn't defend his legs like a purple belt. He still makes some bad decisions. So it'll be interesting to see if Mario gets in on those legs.
So, yeah, does he have a leg game?
Yeah, Mario's got a leg game. Mario's very, very well. He's a good grappler. I've seen some really good stand-up. I mean, just think about that last match he had with Kiahi, where he gets to the Russian, does that throw. We saw him go to the crucifix. I mean, he's got a really good game. His leg lock battle with Steven, he and Joe had a really good match to draw. I mean, Mario's a very, very talented grappler and a guy, again, he's not a specialist. He can do it all.
We have a couple questions about your podcast. Is the podcast still on Anchor?
It is still on Anchor, Mouthguard Comic. So it's still on Anchor.
And then Brandon answered the question, when is the next season of the Not the BMAC show coming? So, yeah, he's going to alternate in between Not the BMAC show, PGF, Not the BMAC show, PGF. So we were actually talking about it the other day, and he said, this is kind of like Not the BMAC show.
Mario Tower.
Especially getting to show some of the guys from 10th Planet Decatur. So Brandon wants all of you guys to know all of us. So that's why it's called Not the BMAC Show. He says he doesn't want to be the star, but
shoot, at this point, you definitely know me. So you got Mario here in the orange. You got Seth Tatum in the blue. You can see a huge, huge length. The size isn't that different. I mean, Seth's very deceiving. If you told me Seth weighed 190, I'd believe it. But he weighs 178. Okay. Mario's in the 160 range, so there's probably a 15 to 18 pound weight difference here. But again, a huge length disparity, and that plays a big part. Seth looking to wrestle. And Mario's, again, shown some really good wrestling. Mario, though, follows, and I think he's thinking about looking for the legs. I'm sure he's heard me tell him that's his path to victory. So he pulls guard. It really was more of a guard pull. I mean, he just let Seth kind of hang on him, and then he followed him to the ground. He's got one butterfly hook in. Seth looking to win that underhook. Seth almost got the underhook, but Mario does a good job. Mario does a good job. He's got one. He's got his leg, Seth's leg in the half guard, but he needs to be careful because Seth has his head. Brandon tells Seth to bring his butt to this side, and now Seth's back passing the half guard.
447.
So Mario flips to the butterfly. I love Mario's demeanor as well when he competes. Very, very cool customer. Mario looking for that wrist control. Seth needs to be careful of this triangle setup. I mean, this is one that he loves, so I'm sure he's well aware. He's looking for that Sao Paulo, and you can just see it's not quite to the level of Kevin's. You see how he can't quite pin Mario's hips? The way Kevin does it, it's just...
It's heavy.
Yes, and there's too much space here, which is allowing Mario...
to keep that close guard.
Yes, exactly.
4 minutes.
So Mario's got the overhook. This has really become a battle of the overhook and triangle setup and Seth's ability. Can he find the Sao Paulo pass? Oh, he's reaching back. This is...
He lost his hand, though.
Mario's one. Excellent hook. Look how Mario's hooking with the far leg. Seth needs to be very careful here.
About to get swept.
Yeah, this is a stock position here.
303.
It could be a triangle setup too. It's either going to be a sweep or a triangle. Oh, and he's coming up into a guillotine. Excellent play by Mario.
244.
Man, Mario with an excellent setup. Man, he's got Seth trapped up right there. Oh, now he's looking to take the back. Excellent back take.
Mario.
Beautiful sweep by Mario. But now this is where Seth does his best work. I don't know if this is exactly where Mario wanted to go.
We need to keep that foot trapped. Nice, Mario.
Nice. And that's where Seth's had trouble all season, is the outside passing. You see Mario pop to his feet. Passes on the outside. Nice guard recovery by Seth. But Mario, again, pops those hips up and passes Seth's guard.
2 minutes.
So under 2 minutes here. Mario's really looked good in this match. Seth's got an excellent frame. Uses that frame to push Mario back into the quarter guard. But Mario's already passed a couple of times. You see, he pops those hips up, and he's looking to pass on the outside. Oh, Mario needs to be really careful here. This is one of Seth's best triangle setups. He needs to keep that foot controlled. You see how he's got his right hand controlling Seth's left foot? He needs to watch that triangle.
108.
This is a good battle. Seth's in on a triangle.
45
Mario's
seconds.
almost in a triangle. He needs to keep turning the angle. He needs to keep that foot in the middle. Good.
Ooh, ooh, ooh.
Nice. Excellent job by Mario
Double
into the
unders.
double unders. Seth looking to change the Kimura trap. Mario doing a good job, though. Oh, Mario got his arm out into the double unders, and now he's past the guard. Whoa.
All right, Brenda's saying, come on, Lindsay, join Team Mario. I am on Team Mario. I just don't know.
That's not what you told me.
I did not say anything bad about Mario, I promise. I just don't know as much about him as I know about Seth. I don't see him rolling all the time.
You hear me, Brenda. You know who's on Team Mario and who's not. Man, the stalk play really tied Seth up, and I would have liked the back take was a good attempt. And if he would have got the back, it would have been big trouble for Seth. But I would have liked to see him keep working for that triangle. I think he still had a couple of minutes to keep working towards that triangle choke. And, yeah, good match, though. Excellent, excellent match.
I was looking for the sweep for that stock position. I like that.
Yeah, Seth was buried in a little too much, I think. He just was really leaning over, trying to stop that triangle.
That would have been super heavy.
Yeah, yours incredible. Lindsay's got an incredible game from right there. Yeah, she's jacked me up a few times from there. Many times, I shouldn't say few, many times over the years. So next match we're switching, right? So we got Lewis Collins versus Stephen Mitchell.
Yeah.
It's a big match for both these guys.
Okay, still haven't given away this takedown charger. Still looking for that. Yeah, Lewis and Stephen.
So we've got 5 matches left. We've got Lewis Collins, Stephen Mitchell. We got Kanan Brooks, Joe Kai, Lewis Collins, Mike Ritchie, Moises versus Caleb, and Blake Randall versus Joe Kai. So still a couple of really good matchups.
So Mike Ritchie's got another one. And Kanan's got another one. So they need to go back in and do some Wim Hof breathing. Get some fire back in their bellies.
I know.
Yeah, Brenda, I hold my breath too, especially when I'm watching my daughter compete. Even when I'm watching my students compete, I get so nervous. I'm so stressed out. Guys, make sure that you're following along with us on pgfhome.com. There are the standings. So Brandon will update those, I believe, tonight, and with all of the points collected tonight. And it also has the schedule. So, again, make sure that you're going back and forth between the Eastern and the Western Conference so that you can see all of the games. So pgfhome.com.
So we got 5 more matches again. We got Lewis Collins versus Stephen Mitchell. That match is up next. Both these guys need this win. This is a big match for Stephen especially. Lewis Collins is on the outside looking in as well. Lewis is, I believe this is Lewis's last match of the season, actually. Yeah, I think this is Lewis's last match of the season.
Okay.
So I believe he just is not going to have enough to make the playoffs. So I believe he's going to be on the outside looking in. He's at 24 points right now.
Are you answering that question?
Yes.
Okay.
So, yeah, Lewis is going to be on the outside looking in, regardless if he wins or not. But Stephen still has quite a few more matches, especially a choke right here. Still puts Stephen in a position to make the
Number
playoffs.
8.
Yeah, making sure. Let's see what Lewis.
It's the Gray Goose, Stephen Mitchell.
So, man, this is going to be an interesting match. This is 10th Planet Decatur purple belt. Stephen Mitchell coming in off that loss to Matt Anderson by straight ankle lock. And then we've got Lewis Collins. And Stephen, man, he's the second smallest guy. So it's him and Blake Randall. Some of Stephen's best work is against these guys his size. I think we're going to see a really good match between these two.
.538. .510.
So really not a lot of action so far. Neither guy really getting any meaningful positions on the feet. I'm always, again, looking for movement. So there we go. We see an attempt right there by Lewis Collins. I'm looking for those off balances. I'm looking for reactions. And you can start to see somebody start to feel more confident. You're starting to see Lewis gain a little more confidence and that he's getting more reactions than Steven. Steven wins the underhook battle for a second, and now they're back in the middle.
418.
It's 4:18 left. And also, I just think in these sub-only settings, it's a huge mistake to waste. I mean, 2 minutes have went by, and neither guy has even come close to attempting a submission because they've been on their feet. And there we go. We see Lewis pull guard. Now they've got 4 minutes to work. Lewis looking to play an X guard right here. Steven's already got his leg free, so that heel hook's going to be tough. Lewis trying to come up. He's in on that body lock. Steven does a great job, though, of winning the underhook back and facing. So back on the feet. We got 3:17 left. So halfway through this one. Nice pull right there by Lewis. That was an excellent, excellent pull. He got right underneath Steven. Steven did a good job of going with it. Never was in any real danger, but that was one of the best guard pulls into leg locks we've seen, especially tonight. So, yeah, if I'm Lewis's coach, I would tell him to pull guard. Like, you've gotten 2 good attacks off of the guard pull. And, again, every second you stay on the feet, you're just wasting time, especially since neither guy is going for takedowns. Like, we haven't seen any shots. We haven't seen any throw attempts. We've really just kind of seen a lot of jostling for position.
.203.
Pulls guard. Nice double leg, but Steven stands immediately back up, and we're at 1:45. So I like that. Lewis uses some wrestling from the bottom. Steven, though, you can see he's not going to settle for the bottom position. As I say that, he pulls guard. And stands immediately back up.
.118.
So we got 1:10 left. Another guard pull, but Steven's definitely ready for it at that time. Ooh, beautiful. Excellent guard pass right there by Steven. But that's the issue. There's only 40 seconds left. And so, beautiful guard pass, but I mean, he's only got 33, 32 seconds left. So it's going to be very difficult. We know how hard it is to tap Lewis. I mean, Lewis has been really difficult to open up all season. So,
like you were saying, he keeps his elbows.
yeah, he's very disciplined.
Inside.
He's getting it on that leg. Steven's almost out.
Push on the knee there.
Yeah, Steven's safe here, and they're going to finish this one in a draw.
All right.
Good match. Both guys had had a couple of good looks, but again, I just think a lot of time was wasted on the feet, especially for a sub-only match.
Yeah. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4 matches left. So up next will be Kanan Brooks and Joe Kai.
So, Kanan Brooks versus Joe Kai. Kanan's got, this is his third match of the night. And we're seeing him starting to wear down a little bit. And we know Joe Kai likes to push the pace.
Ooh, yeah.
I think this is going to be a really tough match for Kanan.
I do too.
This is one of those styles, like this is a really bad stylistic matchup for Kanan. Really, really bad.
Yeah. Joe, super fast pace, passing on the outside. All right. So this may be last chance to throw in some of our sponsors here. So guys, make sure that you are going to mattviper.com. We really appreciate Eric Bell for everything that he's done. Really awesome rash guards, making our competitors look really nice, making everything look professional. So we really appreciate him. mattviper.com. Go show your support. Get one of those rash guards.
Kanan Brooks.
All right, so here we go. We got Kanan Brooks coming up against Joe Kai. Kanan in the blue.
Joe Kai.
What was that?
And Joe Kai in the orange. Joe definitely, he was visibly upset after that draw with Lewis. Joe had a really good match against Lewis. I mean, you talk about being all over somebody. Yeah. So he's definitely looking for the choke. You see Kanan. Beautiful. Excellent job by Joe Kai. You could tell he knew Kanan was trying to set him up for the scissor leg. Goes with the scissor leg, uses it to pass the guard. Now he's already up into the front headlock position. I think we're going to see Joe try and take the back. But if I'm honest, if I'm Joe's coach, I'm telling him to just push the pace. Wear Kanan down. I'd make Kanan keep moving. Oh, what a truck
Beautiful.
entry.
That was nice. Uh-oh.
And he's going to go for the twister. And Brandon says he's going to give Joe $50 if he finishes the twister.
Oh, man. Man, Joe hanging on for dear life. 5-10.
So Joe goes for the twister. Still, though, on the back. Misses the twister. Still on the back. And I want to see Joe get these 7. I just don't want to see him go for like the twister. Like, yeah, it'd be awesome to get $50. But he's here on a mission. He's here to improve his standings and
get those points.
Yeah, and he's going for the choke. Yeah, he's punching in that choke, and he's gonna get the tap. Okay. Excellent job. Beautiful match.
You're beating me now.
And so, guys, I don't know if you guys knew this, but I'm just past Lindsay.
Yeah. And Joe still has another match. So.
Yeah, you got Caleb though. So I'm at 42 points, guys. I'm over 40. Lindsay's still under the 40-point line, so
I
we
have
won't
38.
Talk. I had a decent night tonight, fantasy-wise. Joe can get me another choke. I'm at 49.
Yeah. But yeah, Caleb's going to give me another 7.
Still seen 0 twisters this season.
Yeah.
I mean, they're not really worth going for. If you can get a twister, you might as well go for the rear naked choke.
Yeah. They're so hard, especially here now. After Twister Month, during Twister Month especially, couldn't get any twister. Well, I did, actually. I did get a couple of twisters, actually.
You didn't twister nobody.
I did.
Who did you twister? You didn't twister nobody.
I did. I think I twisted you twice. And Brandon once. And I can't remember who else. But it didn't really matter who else. I got you guys.
I do remember you getting me twice.
Yeah, twice.
But let's move on to more important things. So we've got Lewis Collins versus Mike Ritchie coming up. Then we got Moises versus Caleb, and then Blake Randall versus Joe Kai.
All right, so what do you think? Mike, tired? We're going to give him a little while?
Yeah, but, man,
Lewis.
I just don't see how Lewis is going to tap Mike.
I know, because even at the end of that clay fight, he was just like...
Yeah, he just stands there
Yeah.
like a statue and just brushes dudes off, especially dudes that are way smaller than him.
They just, like,
And
bounce
Lewis
off
is,
of his chest.
Lewis is easily 35, 40 pounds smaller than Mike. So, yeah, I think Lewis is going to have a tough time. You're going to have to break something to make Mike tap, too. Like, he does not tap unless you get really, really deep on a submission. So, yeah.
Yeah. So this should be interesting.
So 3 more matches, guys. Still a couple of really good ones. Moises versus Caleb is going to be a barn burner, and Blake versus Joe.
That's going to be awesome. Neither one of those guys get tired.
Yeah. Well, tonight nobody got 21 points. Nobody even got close. The best we're going to see. Well, I say that. Caleb's getting ready to come up and have a chance for the 21.
He might get 21.
Do you think he
Kevin.
gets the 21 against Moises?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I mean, it's hard to bet against Caleb, man. Caleb's. I wouldn't be shocked, though, to see Caleb just try and go for any submission he gets. He sees Moises as tough. I wouldn't be shocked to see him just go, okay, I'm at 14 points. He's clearly the #1 seed in his division now in the Western Conference. He's at 86. So
Nilo 14, Caleb 14, Kevin 14.
Yep.
I don't know if anybody else
Nobody else has 14.
is even close.
Yeah, I know. Bunch of 7s, but
So Jonathan Roberts had 1.
he got 7.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, didn't Jonathan? Jonathan had one of his matches canceled, right?
Yes.
Yeah, he had Robert Gladden.
Yes.
Hurt the fantasy.
That did hurt me.
Should have
And
won
Matt
Kevin.
Elkins.
Should have won Kevin.
I should have.
Kevin, you listening?
Don't tell Kevin I didn't pick him again.
Kevin, I picked you, big dog, and you're in the clubhouse with 14, the leader. Kevin's tough.
I know he's tough.
I don't know if you've ever trained with him or seen him roll, but he's pretty good.
I have.
I'm a fan of him.
Sorry, Kevin. All right, pick another prize out. So this one's for takedown. If we have a takedown for tonight, this one will be for.
Did we get a takedown?
We haven't got one yet, but I want to give another prize away. All right, so this is going to have to be something easier. This goes to...
Takedown should be pretty easy in a jiu-jitsu tournament.
I don't know.
We've seen a lot of takedowns in the PGF.
This is going to go to the winner of Lewis and Mike. You think there's going to be a submission?
I don't. I think it's going to be a draw.
The next winner
Okay.
gets
We're going to
body
see it. We're going to
armor
see a winner.
squeezy thing. All right, we're ready.
Let's do it.
My name's Brandon McCatherine, and I'm a Fayette-sponsored athlete.
Ready, 1, 2, 3.
These are my favorite shorts and my favorite shirt. I wore them on purpose. The shorts are the best, man. They're real lightweight, but they're super durable. And I like the clasp over the top. Everybody always does the Velcro over to the side. I'm not into that, dude. And then I love this shirt here. Jiu-jitsu lifestyle. That's all me. Man, Phalanx takes good care of me. Anytime I need anything, it's there in like 2 days, you know. Ripped a shirt, new shirt. I like being with Phalanx because it makes me feel like I'm a little bigger deal than I actually am, you know, because they're a pretty legit company. So if I get to say, man, I'm a Phalanx sponsored athlete, that carries like a little bit of, it carries a little bit of swagger with it. And you know, I need a little swagger in my life, you know.
All right, so coming up next is Lewis Collins versus Mike Ritchie.
Yeah, it's a tough match, I think, for both guys. I think this is a pretty even match. Mike's exhausted, though.
Yeah.
I mean, Mike's almost, he doesn't have much left.
Right, like you were saying, you know, the cardio, when you put all your blood into the muscles, you don't necessarily have a whole lot of cardio.
Yeah, I mean, again, that Matt Anderson match really wore Mike down.
Yeah. That was
Here we
tough.
go, man. Mike's got one more match. He's got one more match here. We got Mike Ritchie in the blue. We got Lewis Collins in the orange.
.545.
So 15 seconds in.
.520.
Ooh, Mike's
Oh, wow.
got some double underhooks right there. He had his hands laced, but he didn't quite have the leverage on the back, but nice takedown by Mike Ritchie. So there we go. Mike wins the phone charger, the wireless charger. I figured we'd see a takedown by Mike.
450.
But see, this has been the issue for Mike. We've seen him just, in MMA, Mike's winning.
Right.
He just got the takedown, and in his fights, there's 2 minutes left now.
Just throw some elbows.
Because there's a 3-minute match in an amateur, but you're not going to get a submission from the closed guard. You know, and we need to see Mike try and progress past the closed guard.
.423. .4 minutes. Does Mike have an underhook on that far side?
I don't think so. I believe he's got like a cross face. Can't really tell from here. But again, he's not going to pass the guard from this position. Yeah, he's got a cross face. We got 3:30 left. Lewis reaching for a guillotine right here, but it's going to be really difficult. He's not hanging the weight correctly through the guillotine. You see how his elbow's up high? Yeah, he's going to have to let that go. And now we got 3 minutes left. And just, again, really not a lot of action here. This is where you want to see either the guy on bottom have the confidence to Lewis go, okay, I'm going to start playing butterfly. I'm going to start playing and pushing Mike out to more open guard situations. Or you see Mike. I mean, you see Mike really just kind of controlling. I mean, he's definitely controlling Lewis. Lewis can't really move. But he's not really doing anything. So we got 2:30 left. Lewis again grabbing a guillotine, but he's just out of position. He's got no weight on the head, so that arm and guillotine is pretty much going to be impossible.
2:15.
So this is the point where I'd want to see Mike posture up, because you can see Lewis wants Mike off of him. He's got that guard open. He's trying to put the feet in the hips, but Mike's just staying buried in. A lot of that's due to just how tired Mike is.
142.
Mike's got the forearm in the throat of Lewis. I mean, Lewis definitely isn't comfortable. But we got 1:29 left. I mean, I like the grappling again for MMA. So almost a minute left. Mike looking for this Joe Friday pass here. You see how he's almost passed Lewis's hand behind his back. Lewis does a good job, though, of getting to a side and stopping Mike from forcing that, because that pass was coming. But there's not going to be enough time. We're looking at 40 seconds, and all right, we got 30 seconds.
Ten seconds. All right. 2 matches left.
All right, so we got Moises versus Caleb, and we should get back to some fast-paced grappling.
Hand that to Mike. Hey, Mike.
So we got Moises, the purple belt from Cobra BJJ, and then Caleb McAllister from Virginia, the black belt under Pedro Sauer. So these last 2 matches should be fireworks.
Ooh, I'm excited.
I mean, Caleb definitely. I mean, Caleb and Joe definitely the favorites to win these last 2 matches. Caleb versus Moises, especially Moises, had a little bit of time to take a breather, but man.
Yeah, but he's had.
Yeah, this is his 6th match in 2 days. And Caleb had short matches and is a cardio machine. I mean, he probably has the best cardio of anybody in this tournament.
Even better than Nilo over there, jump jacking his
well,
way
that's
from
a
Memphis.
Good point. I mean, Nilo, Caleb, and Joe Kai definitely have the best cardio. So here we go, man. This is one of the matches of the night. Moises versus Caleb. 2 matches left, guys.
Mario is not competing again.
Yeah, Mario's done. So we got 2 more matches.
It's the moistest, Moises Carrasco.
So Moises stepping out here in the orange rash guard.
Caleb McAllister.
He's got the tape on his foot. We got Caleb McAllister also in the orange. And, man, I'm excited for this one. Here we go. Let's get back to some exciting jiu-jitsu here. So we got Caleb curly hair. Moises, tape on the foot. Ooh, and Moises coming out much more aggressive than he did in his last matches. He's probably like, look, this is my last match. I'm going against a tough black belt. I'm coming out hard.
Turn it up.
Oh, I think we're getting ready to see a double leg attempt here by Caleb.
Oh, slap in the face.
A nice slap.
533.
See Caleb backing up on his heels. There we go, and the double leg attempt. Driving. And we see the guillotine attempt here, but I think Moises is just too much on his back. Yeah, this is going to be too tough to finish. You see how Moises is on his back right here?
505.
He's not going to have the leverage to finish that arm in. It's a good attempt, though. I could tell Caleb, he's very aggressive.
Yeah.
He was going for that takedown.
Yeah.
It actually hurt both guys, really, when they had to turn right there because they were going off the mat. But, yeah, Caleb's definitely safe now. So Moises needs to start thinking about how he's going to start attacking now once he lets go of this guillotine.
437.
The omoplata is a great play right here. You see Caleb's right arm is exposed because he's defending the guillotine. I would look to use that omoplata to possibly set up a sweep. Moises, though, holding on.
So do you think he thinks he still has it, or is
no,
he just
I mean, you're always hoping as a competitor, especially when you've got a tough black belt like Caleb, like you're always hoping as a competitor that you might find a way to finish it. But I think some of it is just, him kind of hoping and looking to just hold on and see what he can get off of it.
348.
We see Caleb, though, starting to work his shoulders in. Yeah, it's starting to get looser and looser here. You see Caleb now's got his hand fighting the choke. He's really pulling down on that grip.
320.
I mean, I would like to see Moises move on. I mean, he doesn't have the choke anymore.
There we go.
Good job. You saw Moises try and stand back up. Going into the double under.
Nice, okay.
And Moises stands back up.
It's a little bit more physical than we've seen. $250.
Nice takedown. Nice double underpass, but good guard retention right there. But Caleb is nonstop. He's in on the over-under pass. Beautiful pass by Caleb.
Yeah, that was pretty. Clock stopped.
So we're going to restart on that knee on belly position. So we got Caleb on the knee on belly. And he goes to the mount position.
All right, Moises.
Yep. You're out.
Oh, you need to do some commentary.
So we got 2 minutes left. They're back standing on their feet. There's 2 minutes.
We know you can't see.
And Caleb gets the takedown again. Nice takedown.
Oh.
And so they're going to come back to the middle.
And now you can see us. 138.
Man, I can't wait to see both these guys in a no time limit format because they both are warriors. Moises is tough as nails, and Caleb's cardio is just, he's relentless. We've seen him get 3 takedowns now. think we're going to see Caleb switch up his tactics now and go for the legs.
109. Okay.
Ooh, nice guillotine, but Caleb did a great job. Caleb did a great job of getting that arm in. Man, Moises has got a nasty guillotine game. Yeah, this match is probably going to end in a draw. You see, Caleb's already out of the guillotine. You can't go flat back with that arm in guillotine. Once those shoulders get flat right there, you lose all leverage.
$35 seconds.
So there's 30 seconds left. Yeah, Caleb's really done well defending this guillotine, but really nice job by Moises getting wrapping those guillotines. Yeah.
Shoulder pressure.
Yeah, this is a match I would looking forward to seeing both these guys in the no time limit format. Moises giving it everything he has, but again, he just doesn't have the angle to get that leverage. And there we go.
Nice. That's good job, both guys.
It's a good match right there. So we're going to go to a draw, and our last match is going to be Blake Randall, Joe Kai.
All right, so you beat me. This will determine how badly you beat me.
Yeah. So, shocker here, guys. Some big PGF news. Team Scaff beat the Flock of Seagulls for second week in a row. Flock of Seagulls, how you feeling right now about your picks?
Well, if I say I feel bad about my picks, then that means I feel bad about those guys' performances.
Yeah, you know, Kevin feels bad he didn't pick him. So.
Kevin doesn't care.
Kevin cares.
He doesn't care.
So we got this last match.
All right. This is a great way to end the night.
Yeah, Blake Randall versus Joe Kai. This is the last match. You guys stay tuned, and then Brandon and Conscious Keelan will come back on. So Caleb McAllister's leaving. He's got a really tough week next week. Jonathan Roberts has got him and Elijah next week. So next weekend is honestly, that's the weekend I picked. It's going to be the best PGF weekend. We just got a lot of top-level guys going against each other. As I said tonight, 5 was definitely underestimating because I looked at it. I didn't look at the schedule as deep as I usually do, but I saw again there was a lot of blue and purple belts facing each other, and again there wasn't as many mismatches.
Right. As I was looking through trying to figure out who I was going to pick, there were a lot where there just wasn't a clear-cut winner. So, yeah.
So here we go. We got Blake Randall.
All
I
right.
mean, this match is about to be crazy because we got the two most exciting guys probably in the PGF.
All right. Is there a sub or is this a draw?
Because think about Blake Randall's match with his Seth Tatum, one of the best matches of the season, his last match, and now we got Joe Kai. I think you've really got to be on the lookout for a flying sub right here. The way Blake engages on the feet, the way Joe throws that flying triangle.
$537.
Oh, and Joe going in right for the leg lock. Uses the leg lock attempt to pass. And this is where Joe is so dangerous. It's just the relentless passing. Oh, Joe's coming back into a leg lock. I mean, we've seen Blake Randall's not tapping the leg locks.
Oh, yeah.
He's 16. He doesn't know what an injury is.
5 minutes.
We're not seeing as much movement from Joe, but there's still 5 minutes to work. Oh, Joe jumps the guillotine. Blake does a great job shrugging it off, though. And we've got 4:38 left. needs to watch out for this flying triangle.
418.
Ooh, snap down. Nice guillotine. Gets the sweep off the guillotine. Beautiful by Joe Kai. I like Blake Randall. His guard's definitely underrated. He likes the De La Rivas. Blake's a tough dude, man.
$351.
Now we're starting to see some side-to-side action by Joe. Joe comes in for an aggressive leg lock attempt. Joe's mixing up the leg locks with the passing well. He's not married to either idea.
320.
So there's 3 minutes left. And we see the guard pull. Joe's got a good rubber guard. And he's got the size advantage, so he could really play some of the more intricate parts of the rubber guard on Blake.
248.
Blake needs to be careful for this dead orchard. Joe's double bagging.
230.
Oh, and here we go. This is the dead orchard. He's almost locked it up. Oh, and he's got the dead orchard. Oh, and he's locked it up. This is not good for Blake.
2 minutes.
He needs to turn this into a Kimura. Oh, we just didn't have the dead orchard tight enough on the shoulder.
Nice switch.
Oh,
Nice
beautiful
switch.
armbar. And he
Yes.
gets the tap.
Good job,
What a
Joe.
transition off of the
Yeah.
dead orchard.
That was a beautiful
That was
switch.
a great
Love it.
sub to end the night. And there we go, Joe Cayenne with 10 points.
He gets the body armor.
Yeah, he's the last guy to win. So there we go, guys. PGF Week 8 wrapped up. Joe Kai, Blake Randall. I mean,
Throw this at Joe.
Blake Randall's a beast.
You did. Where's yeah, somebody
Oh, yeah,
told
you got a
yeah.
backpack. So there we go, guys. Match over, or excuse me, Week 8 over. You guys, let us know what your favorite match was. As always, Brandon and Conscious Keelan will be jumping on here to kind of break things down and kind of talk to you guys before we wrap everything up. But it's been a pleasure, as always. More draws, the most draws we've ever had in a PGF.
Yeah,
That always kind of sucks.
it does.
But there were some really, really good matches that were
ended in
draws.
draws.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So even the draws, we did have a couple that were kind of, you know.
We had a couple
I'd
of pretty
like
boring
to see,
matches.
yeah, I'd like to see them transition into something else. Yeah, but a lot of fire matches that ended.
Yeah, what
in
was your
draws.
favorite match?
Dude, well,
I mean, Blake Randall versus Moises was pretty good, pretty tough to beat.
yeah, I don't know, but yeah, it's hard to pick.
Kevin versus Jonathan Roberts was awesome.
Yeah, I would say probably Kevin and Jonathan.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah, I like Blake Randall versus Moises. That was my favorite match of the night. There was just so much intensity.
yeah, I really
Yeah.
enjoyed watching Moises. I mean, you know, we
Oh,
were saying,
Moises is awesome. Yeah.
we were saying, well, we don't know that much about him. We'll find out tonight. So he's a
So,
beast.
Yeah, Moises, though, 6 matches, only got 10 points. So that definitely hurt him because a really good showing today. And he had, of those 6 matches, he had some really, he had Kevin, super tough, Elijah, and Caleb. But in those 6 matches, he only got tapped 1 time, and that was by Elijah. Everybody's been tapped by Elijah.
Right.
And he got
Caleb
10 points.
To a draw.
Yeah. And had the offensive movements on Caleb.
Yeah.
So he was the one that threw the submissions. Caleb won positionally, but Moises won the submission. So, like in a fight to win format, he gets the win.
Yeah.
Now, none of those guillotines were ever that close. A lot of them were more of a show. They were close for a second, but, man, Caleb did a great job of just getting Moises flat. Once those shoulders get flat, you lose a lot of leverage. Big day for Joe Kai. Joe Kai.
Let me give Joe another 7, right?
3. Got that arm
3,
bar.
7? Oh, we got a 3.
Yeah, so he ended up with 10 points. Kevin and Caleb have really solidified themselves as the top 2 seeds in the Western Conference. And then you've got Joe Kai versus Jonathan Roberts next. So that's going to be the top 4 heading into the tournament. And I don't think that's going to change. And I think that really plays to Kevin and Joe's advantage. They want Caleb and Jonathan, they don't want to meet them until the semifinals. Because I think firepower-wise, Caleb and Jonathan are the top 2 offensive firepower guys in the Western Conference. But Kevin and Joe have got the cardio, the pace to beat anybody, to wear on anybody. Yeah. So the Western Conference is still, to me, the most exciting. Now, the Eastern Conference, we got Elijah.
By far the leader.
He's 7 points up on Matt Elkins, but they have the same amount of games left. I just really don't see a world in which Elijah finishes second. I think he's winning that $1,000, and he should. He's undefeated.
Right.
He's tapped every single dude we've put in front of him. No draws, has not been submitted, and, he's made it look pretty easy.
Right. And then you've got those guys on the bubble that are
and the bubble watch is, of course, going to be – next week you need to tune in next week. We've got our top matches coming up. I'm excited.
So how many weeks left?
How many weeks left?
Yeah.
We've got, I believe there's 2 more weeks.
Okay.
I think we've got next.
The tournament.
And then the tournament.
The tournament is no time limit.
Yes.
Right?
Held on a Friday, so it's going to be October 2nd.
Okay. So, and we will be having it at Epic Church. We will be selling tickets at the door.
Yeah.
I think we can fit 200 spectators there.
Yeah, so if you guys are within a couple of hours, come on by. Come watch it live.
Yeah. All you Birmingham people, Matt Elkins and Jonathan Roberts fans, come watch your boys.
Yeah, it'll be a good night.
Yeah.
We're also going to have a 4-man 225 tournament to crown next season's champion. So I think that's a pretty cool idea.
Yeah. So
having a champion come in, have somebody that's got all the hype.
Yeah.
So we'll see.
So season 2, PGF, 225 and under.
Mm-hmm. And that will be 3 months after the October 2nd. So January, look out for season 2. If you are within 5 to 6 hours driving distance, you are 225 pounds and you do jiu-jitsu, send in a resume. Oh, I'm just a white belt. You see, we want white belts. We want blue belts. We want everybody. We just want the stories. So we want the top-level black belts, but we also want a couple of white belts. We also want a couple of blue belts. But, guys, getting ready to jump off here. We're going to let Brandon and Keelan jump on, the true stars of the show. It's been a pleasure, as always. Lindsay, final thoughts?
Dude, I was so excited. We had a week off, which was good. It was a break, but I was glad to be back at it. And I'm so glad that all of you guys stuck with us. We still have 71 viewers. Yeah. So it's pretty awesome.
Yeah, so
Thank you guys.
Make sure you tune into the Grappling Discourse podcast. If you have not subscribed, if you have not rated it, please do that. As always, love you. Have a great weekend. Peace.
See you guys. All right, you're up, Commish.
Hello, people.
Oh, girl. I'm telling you. I'm telling you, Keelan, Lindsay McCaffrey is looking good, dude. She's looking good.
Is that why you bought her a Jeep?
That's exactly why I bought her a Jeep.
Hell yeah.
Hey, take it easy, girl. Good to see you. Man, what's up? Okay, let's, hold on. First, let's start with, I didn't get you a Coke Zero. No, you have to have a Coke Zero. I want you to have this one. You have to have a Coke Zero. Mark's going to get one. Let's see what's happening in the chat here. Who all, still got 70 people? That's cool. That's the faithful 70 right there. The people that stay around for the post game. Thank you, Mark. You are a kind and scholarly gentleman. Let's crack these dudes open. Yeah, Solancha. Great job, Baker. You're
It's
a champ.
actually pretty good.
Of course, it's good.
It's actually pretty good.
Okay, so
What y'all think, peoples? How'd it go?
let's start with
Our gate.
the live gate. I was real happy. I'm really happy to announce that we actually tied a record tonight with the live gate.
Nice.
$0.
Consistent. Nice.
Yeah. We've never not gotten $0 because there is no audience
Hashtag pandemic.
because of that. So
But it went well.
there's no audience.
There were some fun matches. More draws tonight. But if you're asking me, the draws usually mean it was a good match.
Yeah, there were a couple tonight, a couple of matches where I felt like there were some people that were doing their best just to not get tapped.
That's true,
That's
too.
what it felt like to me. But hey, that's going to be part of the season apparently. You know, and you're going to have to, if you want to score points at the end of the season, you're probably going to have to go through some of that.
Yeah. That's a good point.
So,
Especially when the people that are on the bubble, like Moises coming in tonight, was trying to jump past Jonathan Roberts in the money, right?
yeah,
And so anybody going against Moises knows, man, Moises
He's
is
gotta
trying
have
to
these points.
get this. Yeah, so, yeah, it's the season continuing to
dude, what
change
about
the dynamic of the competition.
what about Caleb versus Moises?
That was fun.
Was that the match of the night there?
In my opinion, it was definitely, one of them.
Yo,
Blake had
I
a
thought
couple good
Moises might have
matches.
had him. I thought Moises might have had him
One of those
just because
guillotines
he was
was
so he believed in that guillotine so much he almost made me believe in it. I didn't think he had it. Oh, okay, so at first I thought, oh my God, he's on something. And then I saw it was an arm in. I was like, he ain't gonna get Caleb with that. But dude, he believed in his arm in guillotine so much he made me believe it. And then he jumped on it again. I was like, oh shoot, he loves the arm in guillotine. So
Yeah.
he really went for it, man. I appreciate the spirit that Moises has approached this thing with. Like, he's coming out and trying to score points and win matches, man. He came after Kevin. Again, it went to a draw, but he went after Kevin. He went after Caleb. He's the first guy that really threw any offense on Caleb, you know. And I'm sure Caleb probably felt like it wasn't, well, I don't know. He got up and made a face at him after that first one. I was going to say he probably felt like it wasn't that close, because Caleb was doing a really great job of keeping his shoulder on the inside and keeping the correct forward pressure against it so he could keep his spine straight as possible. So Caleb did a great job defending it. I don't know how close he thought it was, but Moises believed, dude. So shout out to Moises for running some offense on Caleb, which to this point hasn't been a thing. So,
Yeah. I'm excited.
I love that match.
I'm excited to get into the sub-only, no time limit matches. It's gonna be interesting.
Yeah, dude. You think people are going to be able to hide from Jonathan Roberts in that rule set?
They are
Do you
definitely gonna have a
Jonathan
better
Roberts could tap
chance.
every single person in under a minute. Everybody in this tournament, he can tap them in under a minute. He's just got to catch one of his moves. Like, his entries go for, like, you were describing him to me before I met him, you know, so, like, we took Jonathan into the tournament, really, I took Jonathan based on how many good things Keelan and Keith had to say about training with him. And Chris Connolly, my friend Chris, he's obviously a black belt, and he's really high on Jonathan too. And so I was like, all right, man. Oh, and Elkins, of course. Matt Elkins trains with him like forever. And so they're all telling me, you've got to have this guy. They're like, he can snap a submission on. He can go from 0 to your tapping quicker than anybody that they've ever trained with. That's what they all keep telling me. And, man, he's proven that to be a fact. That's a fact. That is science. If you mess around and leave a limb extended for a split second, Jonathan will latch onto your limbs, man. Yeah. Really, really, really impressive. He's a really impressive grappler. I knew he was good, and I was still sleeping on him. I knew he was good coming in, and I was sleeping on him. I watched him tap a couple of dudes, and I still was sleeping on him a little bit. Went and rolled with him, not sleeping on him.
Are you awake now?
I'm awake. I'm feeling woked up on the elbow genie.
But yeah, the no time limit does create a different dynamic whenever you're facing the elbow genie. You know.
Yeah, I might like him to win the tournament. Like, regardless of where he places in the money in the regular season.
Yeah.
I could see him winning the tournament because he's a hair of an adjustment away from being undefeated. Says Elkins tapped him with an arm triangle, but he had Elkins on a real heel hook before that. And Elkins did a pretty good job of moving his body through it and kind of surviving some danger, but he was caught in a real heel hook.
So you think a minor adjustment?
I think it was just a minor adjustment on his leg game. I'm not even trying to say nothing about his leg game. He had one of the best leg entries I've ever seen against Nilo. So I'm not criticizing his leg game. I'm just saying on that particular engagement right there with Matt Elkins in that moment, he was one adjustment away from being undefeated.
He's competed a lot in the gi and focused a lot on the gi aspect of training. So, those legs, maybe that's his weak spot. If
I don't know. I don't think so. I don't think in this tournament. Now, listen, we run him out of here and we run him into Atlanta and run against some of Applegate's dudes. Okay, maybe. Some of the best those are the best leg lockers in the South are at 10th Planet Atlanta. So none of those guys are over here, So maybe we'll run him over there. Maybe a weakness is exposed. Maybe you put him up against some of these Danaher guys or some of the 10th Planet HQ, some of the places that are really known for their legs. Okay, we'll see. I don't know. I still don't know, man. He hasn't shown that he's vulnerable in the legs yet. That may be true, but he hadn't shown it in the tournament.
So Mark Brandon's words, he's got the elbow genie in the tournament. That's what I'm hearing.
I mean, I can't vote against Elijah right now. Nobody, it would be crazy. But if you got to ask me to make a bet that has to make money, I got Jonathan Roberts. Because Elijah, if odds came out on who's going to win the tournament and you got to make money on this bet, nobody's betting on Elijah. Because he's definitely
the
favorite. And it's the odds, it's going to be, you're going to have to bet $100 to make $1 on Elijah. You know what I mean? I'm no odds maker, so that's probably not right. But, dude, you know what I'm saying. You got to put down some risk to even make money with Elijah. Whereas Jonathan's going to be somewhere closer and probably like the 3-1 range at the worst.
Tonight, he was ranked 8th overall, right?
Yeah, I think he's just barely slid into the regular season money. I think that's right. And he set a choke in tonight too, right? Yep. So did he get 9 tonight?
7. I thought he had 2 matches, didn't he?
I can't remember. Oh, he went to a draw with Kevin, right?
That's right.
Oh, dude, that was a great match too.
Yes, it was.
Kevin versus Roberts was a great – man, Kevin's really good, dude.
Kevin's a dark horse.
Really good.
Especially in the no time limit. I mean –
yeah, he doesn't get very tired, man. And, man, Caleb McAllister never gets tired. He never gets tired. He doesn't believe in it.
Yeah.
I'm serious, dude. He doesn't believe in it. He doesn't believe that he's ever going to get tired.
He looks like he puts in the work, too.
Yeah, dude. Every single time I learn something new about Caleb McAllister, like I talk to him, or I have an interaction with him, or I see him post on the internet, or I watch him fight, I'm like, yo, he moves up my list of people that I love being around. You know what I mean? Like, he's kind of an inspirational kind of dude, you know? So, yeah.
It's going to be good. I'm super pumped. Next week is the last season of the regular season, and then we've got the playoffs, yeah?
Yeah, so we'll pack a bunch of games in next week. We'll probably do some on Thursday night next week, too, like we did with Moises last night. We had a couple of makeup matches last night, and those counted towards this week. But we might do some more of that on Thursday. It just depends on how everything shakes out, because we had several guys miss this week that are going to have to pack some games in next week. Because listen to me, next weekend it's over. I'm not doing any makeup games after next weekend. Like, if we got to pack some in on Saturday, you got something going on Saturday?
We'll see.
We'll see. We may not be able to even get that. We'll have to conscious Keelan into it. That's the only way. Other than that, it's over Friday night. So if they got to get them in, they got to get them in.
Yeah, they can still do their matches on Saturday. They just might not be filmed.
Word.
I mean, unless y'all in the super chat are going to outbid my videography business that's going on Saturday.
Nah.
I'm okay with that.
They're not gonna, I don't think.
They can try. That'd be cool.
If y'all want to see some Saturday matches, you have to pay Keelan right now. All right, let's check in this. Is anything going on in the chat right here? Brenda.
She's really proud of Mario.
She should be proud of Mario, man. Mario's a little gangster. He's one of the smaller guys in the season too, and he don't play around, man. He don't play around.
No.
Yeah, I thought he had a really great season. He's still got games next week too, so him and Kiahi are back next week. But Michael Libby's done.
Yeah.
He's finished. Yeah. And then who else is finished? Lewis is finished. Libby, yeah, we just said Libby. Hey, you look great. Just wanted to let you know. That's my girl right there. I got distracted.
Yeah, he does that.
What was we talking about? Jiu-jitsu?
There was jiu-jitsu in the conversation for
Woo.
sure. All right. Let's say we wrap it up, Kamish.
Yeah, you feel like it's time? Okay, next week. But listen, the tournament, the PGF finale, is going to be October the 2nd. We're going to have the top 8 from the Eastern on one side of the bracket, and to be matched up 1 versus 8. So the 1 seed versus the 8 seed, the 2 seed versus 7, 3 versus 6, 4 versus 5. We're going to do that on the East. We're going to do that on the West. Top 8, and we're going to have a Sweet 16, no time limit, submission-only tournament. And it's going to be single elimination. That's right. And the winner gets paid. Actually, the top 4 in the tournament get paid. So I think it's 1,000, 600, and then 400 and 400. I'm pretty sure. It might be 500 and 500. I can't remember.
And that's totally separate from the regular season payouts?
Yes. Yes, the regular season payout, the winner of the regular season gets 1,000. And then I think it goes 600, 400, 400, and then places 4 through 8 get 200 apiece. So, yeah. And then the best sub of the season gets 500. So there's a chance for anybody. It could be anybody, any submission. And then the best match, both guys get 500. On the tournament, on the finale. So, yeah, so here's what we're going to do in between rounds. Is we're going to have a ladies competition. This is another, I guess you could call this like a spin-off rule set. We're going to call it 21. Here's the way it works. 3 people from one team. So we got 3 ladies from 10th Planet Decatur. I can't tell you who it is just yet. And then Hannah Guy has 3 ladies from her team. And they're going to meet up. Same rules as the PGF. 0 for a draw, 3 for a break, 7 for a kill. First team to 21 wins. Winner stands. So if one of our girls gets a tap, then she stays up and they bring out the next girl like quintet. If it's a draw, you both have a seat and go to the next one. And then the first team to hit 21 points wins the game. So we're going to play 21. That sounds fun to me. That sounds really fun. 6-minute matches, just like the regular season. So they got to go for it.
Amazon action.
I don't know. You better not tell them girls they're Amazons. They might take your head, Gamble. So we're going to have that. And then we're also going to have a 225-pound, 4-man bracket. It'll be no time limit, sub only. The winner of which will be crowned the 225-pound cruiserweight champion
Of the PGF.
of the PGF. And he will be defending his crown in season 2.
Yeah.
So the winner of that bracket will become the cruiserweight champion.
So for those of you that don't know, season 2 of the PGF will be 225 pounds and below. So our big guys, we're going to have a season of big dudes. And we're already going to have a champion that's going to be potentially defending their throne.
I know for sure Jake Elkins is in this bracket. Got a couple of other names that aren't for sure in this bracket. But we'll pick from the ones that get submitted. And so far we've got, I'm going to have to pare it down and see who. I'm trying to take the best 4.
Submit your applications,
I'm trying to take the best
big
4.
boys.
But if you think you got what it takes to be in the 225, or if you've got a teammate that does, then I want you to contact us somehow. Email me, brandon@brandonmc.ninja. You can hit me up on social media, Instagram, brandonmc.ninja. You can just comment on the YouTube channel and I'll see it. As long as you don't go to spam or something weird, then I got you. Hey, did we ever hit $200 on the super chat before we go? All right, we're $11 off of the 200 mark. So,
And what do you have to do to get $11?
what have I got? What have I got to do to get $11 off of this crowd?
Do you have
right
any
here?
tricks or hidden talents?
I can beatbox.
Can you?
I can.
And
But
here
I
we
don't
go.
beatbox for free though. I don't beatbox for free. Professionals get paid.
We have 54 people watching, and we need $11. So let's say
That's how.
14 of these 54 people are on guest accounts, so they can't give.
Okay.
Okay, so
That
we
gives
got
us
40
40
people
people.
watching, and we need $11. So I don't do much math anymore nowadays,
Man, I'm lost.
but I know that means it's around a quarter. If everybody just gave a quarter right now, we would go
My
home
kids
happy,
could
man.
eat. That would be good.
Are they not eating?
No, man, we can't afford it.
Is that a new diet?
No, we can't afford it because there ain't $11 in the super chat. They're gonna starve.
He's doing this new elimination diet. They call it starving.
All right, I'm ready to get up out of here, y'all.
Yeah, it's been real. Thank you,
All right.
everybody, for watching. Maybe enjoy this commercial that I shot for $, and I could shoot your commercial for $. And here we
Maybe.
go. Ooh. We got the money.
Mike Ritchie.
Ooh. Dude, thank y'all so much.
All right, love you guys. Oh, get out. You go first.